Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Now I invite Mrs. Harpreet Kaur, President, Ludhiana Management Association, to deliver the welcome address. But before I have her here, I'd like to introduce her. Ms. Kaur is President of LMA and Dean, PCD's Group of Institutes. She is an author of an internationally acclaimed book, I Am, published in Europe and accepted at leading world exhibits like the US Book Show, London Book Show, Lisbon Book Show, to name a few. She is primarily a life coach and writes about life in a book as well. She is a glider, a pilot, turned journalist, turned academic, entrepreneur and author. She has traveled to about 50 countries and has always been an avid reader, deeply interested in culture, human behavior and English literature. She is an advanced program graduate from Harvard University. With these words, I would now like to request Ma'am Kaur to please come on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Now I'm audible. So many students in one hall, and I can't miss by starting about All India Management Association. So a lot of people know there are business associations like CII, AIMA, FICCI, etc. But there's something very conspicuous and special about AIMA that I would like to start off with, which is it's a management association. It's not just something that deals with manufacturing or industry. And when you say that, management is something that cuts across everything. You could be a dentist, to a salon, that tiny a boutique, to something as big as Tata's or whatever, Reliance and everything that you know under the sun. Each one of them practices management, so do you, every day in your life. So All India Management Association was established about a decade after our independence in 1957. And since then, the focus is on, and the mandate is for management, education, training, for all walks of life. And therefore, I think it's a great platform for students to benefit from. It has today 68 local management chapters across the country, and Ludhiana is one of them. Because we share the L, so we call ourselves LMA, for Ludhiana Management Association. And we were formulated or established in 1978. So we are pretty old too. And it's an honor for me that we are holding this SYM the fourth time in Ludhiana. So just to get you in perspective, there are 83 SYMs which have been held in the country. There are 68 LMAs, and Ludhiana is doing it for the fourth time. That tells you how crazy we are, right? Super. So for 19 years, SYM is going on with AIMA, and we're very happy that we can have this so often here in this city. We today have a very special day, and I'm sure all of you from around the region, not just the city, have gathered, because what we have are 4 rock stars who've chosen to come to our city and talk to you young minds. And they're all very special people. So let me walk you through to the icons who they are. The first one, who's already addressed LMA earlier, is Mr. Richard Reiki. He was the former CEO of KPMG. He's an entrepreneur himself. That's the first session. I'm sure, please stay sharp and ask questions. After that, we have Ms. Sangeeta Talwar. She's an independent director today and on board of directors of multiple big brands that you're familiar with, like Maggie, Tata Tea. She's also a diversity speaker and an author. I'm sure she'll probably tell you something about her book today. But more than that, I believe what you associate her with is the 2-minute Maggie noodle campaign, the Jago Re Grahak, Tata Tea campaign, and so many revolutionary ideas that she's brought to our country and all over. We also have two international personalities, I would call them. One is Ambassador Gurjeet Singh. The very profession of diplomacy takes him across the world. He's been a former Indian ambassador to Germany, Indonesia, Ethiopia, ASEAN, the African Union itself, and he's also an author again, so a lot of intellectual minds to talking to you today. He's also an honorary professor at IIT Indore. And finally, the fourth speaker of the day, today evening, would be Mr. Jayant Krishna. Now, Mr. Jayant Krishna has worn many hats. He is a CEO, he's an ED, and a COO, which is a COO, operations. So he's also headed India with the National Skill Development Corporation. Besides that, which was the PM Skill Mission in there, right? But besides that, he was the first Indian group CEO of UK IBC. For those of you who are not familiar, that's UK India Business, UK India Business Council. And then from 20 to 22, he was the senior chair for UK IBC, and then since then, he's now the senior chair for US India Strategy. So all those who are debaters here and love geopolitics, he's your man. Eat his head off before the day ends, okay? Take a bite at it. I'm welcoming everyone in this room. I'm sure this has been a great pull to get everyone to this hall. I myself am psyched about it in your language. Can't wait. But here's something that I'd like to end this on. You know, for ever since I'm born, everyone's complaining in this country about corruption, about how things don't do well, work well, who is doing what and who is not doing what, and how autocratic we are. But here's the lovely part of it. Look at the Asian continent for a second, from top to bottom. Start from Russia, come to Mongolia, come to China, look through Taiwan, Philippines, come down, Cambodia, right, Vietnam, Myanmar, come to India. There's so much autocracy, communism. And the beauty of your country is that you can ask questions. What a privilege, right? For people as young as you in this room to have the privilege to ask anything to leaders who have been there, done that. That, I think itself, is revolutionary, mind-opening, and makes our country what it is. So today, young ladies and gentlemen, ask away. Because that's what we are made of. We are allowed to ask questions, right? Yes? Super. I want you to stay sharp and bushy all through the day. Looking forward to interacting with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session, and we begin with the first session. The beauty of today's program is that you will hear no lectures, or as we call it, gyan. You will have these iconic leaders simply talk to you to share their lives, their success, and most importantly, their failures, how they have reached where they are today. We do hope that this program inspires you and makes you manage your life and career with confidence, experience, and zest. Now let me explain the format of the program to you. Each speaker will speak for 30 minutes and then answer questions for about 45 minutes. For the question-answer session, we will have panelists for each of the session on the dais, who will be given the opportunity to ask the questions first, and then the floor will be open to the audience. I would request you to make sure your questions are brief and focused. Roaming mics will reach you as soon as you raise your hand, but please wait for the moderator to give you the floor. With this, welcome to the beginning of the first session with Mr. Richard Ricky, entrepreneur, board member, and former Chief Executive Officer of KPMG in India as the speaker, and Mr. Amit Thapar, President, Ganga Acrobolts Limited as the session chair. I would request the student panelists to please take their respective seats on the stage. It is my privilege and honor to invite Mr. Richard Reiki and Mr. Amit Thapar on stage, please. Before I hand over the proceedings to Mr. Amit Thapar, I'd like to introduce him to you. Mr. Thapar is a Bachelor of Engineering, Industrial and Production, President and owner of Ganga Acroholes Limited. He joined the family business in 1999. He takes care of exports, marketing, product and brand development, and HR interventions. Ganga Acroholes Limited is engaged in manufacturing of worsted, semi-worsted, fancy and woolen yarns for machine knitting, hand knitting, and carpets, and exports to over 60 countries all over the world, employs over 5,000 people with sales over 900 crores. He holds a few eminent positions: Chairman CII Export Committee, North India Region, year 2024-25, which covers 6 states, 4 member national committees for exports CII. Member Punjab Government, Specific Industry Advisory Group, Textiles. Past few positions he held were Chairman CII, Punjab 2022-23, Member PPCB, Industrial Advisory Board 2022-23. With these few words, and I hand over the proceedings to Mr. Amit Thapar.
Richard Reiki, sir, all the office bearers of AIMA, dignitaries, and my young friends. Namaskar, Sat Shri Akal. When I met Richard last night, we discussed how to plan it out, and he said, make my introduction very brief. Can you put it in one sentence? So, Richard, I took the challenge upon, and I actually managed to do it. So it's actually 2 words: Google him. Yes, friends, if you Google him, you will find a Wikipedia page, number of awards, sites, number of corporate sites mentioning him, and of course, huge number of news articles. ChatGPT is even more brief and precise. So friends, formally here he is. Richard is a former CEO of KPMG with over 40 years of experience in consulting and professional services. He has been a member of Global Board and on Council of KPMG, has had stints with E&Y, Arthur Anderson, and is a qualified CA. And as recently as 2022, was a board member of KPMG Dubai. He is on the board of IIM Sambalpur, independent director of PSB Alliance, non-executive director of IOTA Analytics UK, founder member Will Forum in India, and advisor to Speakin. And of course, sir, I had to actually, there were so many, so I had to shorten it down. So of course, he's affiliated to number of trade bodies and industry associations. I'll, sir, also add from ChatGPT, which was very precise. Not everybody is so privileged that you put his name in ChatGPT and you get an answer. He's known for his thought leadership in areas as corporate ethics, business transformation, leadership development. His career has made him a respected figure in business and financial community, not in India, but globally. So last night he mentioned these days he's spending a lot of time in mentoring, helping the startups, and he's also himself an investor in some of those. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is for you, the man who believes leadership is an action, not a position. Man of the moment, Mr. Richard Reiki.
Thank you, Amit. I think those are very kind words. I just want to tell you one thing. We all have. Can we put the presentation? We're all human beings first. If I have to give you one piece of advice before you leave this audience, just be a good human being. Life will give you many opportunities. It will take you to various places, to various positions. It will get you to various heights, but always stay grounded. The one skill, which is very simple to say, but very difficult to follow when you achieve success, is humility. And as you grow up in life, I grew up in a very small firm, medium-sized firm in India, very proud of it. And because that's where I learned everything. Whatever I am today, it's those 13 years in that firm which got me to what I am today. No Big Four, including Arthur Andersen, KPMG, very short stint in EY, could match what I learned there. I did not find a professional of the caliber of Mr. Mama, who was my mentor, anywhere. And I think when you are out there looking for your career, you don't need to look for a brand. Look for a role. Look for a role model. Because that's where you will be built. The person in you will get built, because when the storm comes, it's that character which will stand out. And that character stood out during the COVID attack, when certain leaders went into hiding. You couldn't see them. And there were leaders who were strong, who came out and said, we're going to face this calamity. That is what leadership is about. Leadership is about standing beside your team, taking the bullets on your chest and fighting for your people. Because that's what all of you will get an opportunity. And you're sitting in this room, please respect the person sitting next to you. You know what? He may be a future, or he or she may be a future CEO. So respect them now. They will never forget you when they reach those positions. So when we build relationships, for me, my entire life is about building relationships right through. I never forget anybody who was with me. Life was kind to me, took me where it took me. Some of them did not go there, but that doesn't mean they're indifferent. I was with them. I was one of them. And that's where your grounding comes, that's where everything comes, and that's how I've led my life. Amit, thank you for the kind introduction. And so Amit, when we met for dinner, he came with 17, 18 questions. I said, if you raise these 17, 18 questions to me, I'm going to raise about your chat with Mr. Chidambaram. So I hopefully will keep his 17, 18 questions only to himself, because they were such tough questions. I said, I'm not going to answer them. In a private forum, I can answer some of them, but not in a public forum. But my life is a very open book. I have never kept anything to myself. I've tried to lead my life with integrity. And I still remember I'm sorry if I'm doing a little bit of an introduction, but my grandfather, when I was young, doing my CA, I used to abuse the politicians, come and say they are corrupt, they are this, they are, everything. So he told me one thing. He said, when the time comes and you are challenged, I want to see how you will stand up. And let me tell you, every time that challenge came before me, and it came many times to me, especially when I was CEO of KPMG, what decision to take? To take those $1 million fees, or to walk away from those fees. And every time I passed that test, I used to look up to him and said, I did it. And I think that's what makes a man, whatever they are. And a very big corporate honcho who was insisting I take one audit, and I did not take it. And then he brought the fees and he said, did you know about it? I said, yes. And he said, still you said no? I said, yeah. So he said, today my respect for you goes. So it's not about making money. It's not about the short-term gain. It's not about the short-term game you're going to play, about the immediate money you will make. And I always advise youngsters, if you get an opportunity to work in a great organization and even a very low salary, do it, because you're learning. You will get a 50,000, 1 lakh jump somewhere else. But if you work there and learn, you'll get a 5 lakh or 10 lakh jump in your life. You decide. Remember, 20 years later, all of you sitting in this room, maybe some of you will be very happy, some of you will be cursing your life, but it is the choices you make today that will determine what you will become tomorrow. So make sure you make the right choices, and those choices should be considered, and we should be able to take accountability for our choices. I made many mistakes. My whole life is a series of failures. Whole life. And if you look at some of the very great people, when you look at their life, what we see is only the success. We don't see the failures. And because we all celebrate success, we've never celebrated failure. And that's the most fundamental mistake the world is making. We do not celebrate failures, because it's only in failures that you learn. In failures, you become a stronger person. Because I can tell you, in my failures, I dug deep into my talent, which I didn't even know existed. And I fought back. Fought back to become a stronger, better individual, came to know certain things. So I think, I would suggest that each of you, when you go back, failure is not a bad thing. And failure is not failure. Failure is a failure when you give up. When you keep fighting back, it's not failure. Because you're going to become a better professional, a better person, better human being. I would always say, always keep that at the back of your mind, how to become a better human being. I've got a small presentation here. If you get bored, tell me to stop. I'll talk to you. So the first thing I want to tell you all, you should be very proud that you're born in this country, which is today the 5th largest economy, GDP growth. Okay, they talk of percentage, forget about the percentage. I think what we have to improve out there is how do we get the per capita income up? How do we get everybody out there in the inclusive growth? And that is what Industry 5.0 is going to do, and Society 5.0 is going to do. We still talk of Industry 4.0, 5.0 is here. If you are not woken up, 5.0 is going to be so collaborative, where technology and human beings are going to come together and create a world so prosperous. And you are going to be the beneficiaries of that world. All the youngsters in this room, you'll never die. Because AI is going to make sure that you live. And you choose when you want to die. You never. So people like us, we have lived our life, there is no hope for us. But for all the youth here, AI is coming to make you the most prosperous society ever on planet Earth. Never, the Earth has seen such a time, so you're fortunate, you need to take advantage of it and don't run away from it. We have the most cost-effective space program. I mean, we put a Mangalyaan out at a cost which was less than the movie which was made on space. So that shows where India goes and what India can actually do. The India Stack, I don't know how many of you know of the India Stack. If you're not, you need to be proud of it. The India Stack got built there's many more things you can do with it. I do not know why we're not doing with it. India Stack can actually run the world. We have created with all the people who were called in by Nandan Nilekani at that time, and they created a stack on which the UPI, the Aadhaar got built. No other country has everybody biometrics, every citizen. 1.4 billion, maybe 1.3 billion citizens who have got Aadhaar cards and biometrics. And then you got UPI, which is the greatest payment system in the world. India has the maximum digital transaction. China cannot even match us. We have the maximum digital transaction in the world. I mean, which part of the world, these foreigners, when they come, they get shocked. The thela, the Gadi fellow sitting there with a QR code. He doesn't need cash, or nobody doesn't need cash, he comes with a QR code. So the point is, as a country, we have moved on. We have become very digital. Yeah, digital brings its share of cyber attacks and everything which we need to do. Infrastructure, I was in Dubai just yesterday, day before yesterday actually, and I was talking to a friend of mine, and he said he's just come back from the US. He's saying US is dying. He was an Arab. He's saying US is dying. He's not an Indian who came and said US is dying. An Arab is telling me that US is dying, infrastructure is gone, and here we're getting new roads, new bridges, new airports. Bangalore today has the most beautiful airport in the world. If you have not been to Terminal 2 of Bangalore, you're missing a very, and I live in Bangalore by the way, so that airport is so beautiful. When you walk in and you feel proud, okay, this is an Indian airport, you can't think it's an Indian airport, because we always think everything else is foreign. But India has some of the most beautiful, so we should be proud of it. So infrastructure is great. And I'm very fortunate that I was part of this whole story when it started. I had a very good relationship with Amitabh Kant, and at that time he was building the Delhi-Mumbai corridor, and he was not secretary. And a great relationship to see all this story unfolding. I remember I met him in 2011 or 12, and then he told me of the great story of this Kerala, where he promoted tourism. God's own country was his creation. And so when we have such officers who are in the government, who go beyond their call of duty, you get inspired. And he definitely inspired me to do many things for the country. In CAT KPMG, we did a lot of work for nation building, in helping the government in a lot of its initiatives. We have the largest population, which I don't know whether it's an advantage or not, but people keep talking of demographic dividend. But if you don't skill these people, if you don't train them, it will become a demographic liability. And this is going to be a humongous effort where the government and private sector will need to come together, because a huge cost to skill people, huge. We don't even know what that cost is. And we need to bring respect into every job. Could be a driver, could be a mechanic, could be whatever. He's doing a profession, let's respect that individual. And that's one more point I want to tell you. You guys travel in taxis, you have house helps, you have the plumber coming to your home. You do not even know how fortunate you are. Go live in a foreign country and see. Koi help nahi milega. There'll be nobody to help you there. And when they come, let's treat them with respect. It's a profession. We'll bargain with them on what fees they are charging, and we walk into a fancy store and we just pay the money and come out. The best way of CISA is to learn to give to these people, because you will spread the wealth out to others and not just keep it to yourself. I'm just giving you some tidbits from my life. You may not want to follow it, but that's the way life is. How do you actually help? Then India has the biggest startup community. The biggest. I mean, not the biggest, we're the third largest. US, China, India are there. We've got number of unicorns. Of course, US have got huge number of unicorns. Then China, then India. So the startup, in my view, startup is going to become mainstream. It's going to become the mainstream. The whole world is going to move to startup. If you know, when Steve Jobs was alive, and Apple was still doing very well at that time, he said Apple is a startup. And he worked it like a startup. No bureaucracy, no this thing, everything was a flat organization, deliver the best product to the client, and build a brand which is aspirational and everybody wants to love that brand. I think that is where we need to go. Then we have got our IT systems or whatever. Actually, while I keep saying the GCCs, 45 to 50% of the global GCCs sit in India. I think where India failed, and totally failed, was we should have led the IT revolution that is happening today. The chat GPTs, everything should have come out of India. We had the wherewithal, we had the technology resources, we just missed it out. We did not. India's biggest failing has been that we as a country and we as companies or corporates have never invested in R&D sufficiently. We have invested, but not sufficiently. If you go and look at the investments of many of like China, US, the amount of percentage of GDP they invest in R&D is so much superior to India, and that's why they are where they are. We could have been the world leaders, and it saddens me when I look at the Magnificent Seven, the biggest 7 companies, they come out of the US. And there are IT companies. If you looked earlier at a Magnificent Seven, you would have found GE, you would have found many other oil companies. Today, it's all the IT companies which dominate the world. So somebody tells me that US is not going to last. I said, how? Because suddenly, in this whole batch of people, of these successful companies, comes a company called NVIDIA. How many of you have heard of NVIDIA? Not heard of NVIDIA? Okay, there should have been a little more people who had heard of NVIDIA. NVIDIA is today a $3 trillion company in valuation. And to know that only 3 companies were 3 trillion, Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA. Google, NVIDIA. It is the greatest success story of this century, which has developed AI, services and products. So in your computer sits Intel's product and another GP sits NVIDIA's. So the basic computers will still run by Intel, but the magic which happens on your computer happens through NVIDIA, artificial intelligence. They got it right. They've gone into data centers. They have done tremendous work. If you want to listen to some good talk, listen to the CEO of NVIDIA talking. You will learn a lot in your life. These are people you should follow, listen to, if you want to get inspiration. Global manufacturing, so smartphones, internet users, we all know everybody's got a smartphone in this room. We just need a little more smartphones and we are there. So, this is an era of disruption. Everything is getting destroyed. And disruption is not a bad word. Eh? Earlier when you heard disruption, kya ho gaya, sab khatam ho gaya. Today disruption is good, because when you destroy, yesterday I was sitting with Ambassador Gurjeet Singh and he was telling me that in Japan, whichever towns got destroyed, got rebuilt into completely smart cities. And the ones which did not continue to be where they are. So sometimes destruction, which looks very bad at that time, can be very good for this. This slide basically tells you one thing, that we have to become anti-fragile. Anti-fragile means in a calamity we will grow while others will stumble, somebody will go back, somebody will bounce back, but we will grow. So I think that is something that we need to become. Anti-fragile is a word you should learn. Anti-fragility is something which came out post-COVID. All those companies which are anti-fragile survived. Individuals, yeah, we get hit many times personally. What do? We start crying. Pura dunya mera dushman hai. Or do we fight back? Do we become strong? Do we become anti-fragile as individuals, not only corporate? So you're living in a world of unknown unknowns. Just imagine you're sitting in a car, somebody blindfolds you and tells you drive. How will you drive? You're blindfolded and the guy saying drive. That's what the CEOs are going through today. They're sitting in their corporates, blindfolded, not knowing what is going to hit them. Tomorrow, what is going to come? Once a survey was carried out in this, and the global CEOs were asked, who do you fear? Your competitor? Other corporates? You know what they answered? The person in the garage, if we don't know what he's making, he will destroy our entire system. And that's what the startup community did. It destroyed everything that was there. NVIDIA, the product that NVIDIA built, just for your knowledge, that entire product came to Intel. That time Intel's valuation was $100 billion, share valuation. Intel board rejected it. NVIDIA worked on it for 10 years. Today, Intel's valuation is 130 billion, NVIDIA's 3 trillion. These are decisions which come in people's lives. They don't take it, somebody else takes it and actually makes money out of it. Some leadership lessons, I just thought, Wiltshire, I've already spoken about Jensen, he's the NVIDIA CEO. Amazing person. I've become a fan of his by listening to some of his speeches, and anytime I get an opportunity to listen to him, I go down, download, listen to it, because I think I learn every time I go and listen. India's Paris Olympics, 29 medals, out of which 7 gold. And when you see some of those players, that archer, that Sheetal, no hands, the world was shocked. How could an athlete with no hands win a gold? She's very young, I don't know, 17, 18, that's it. But the determination, her mother stood beside her to give her the courage to go out and do it. You always need that person, one individual who will stand behind you, giving you the courage and egging you on. The first picture which you see there is the Sri Lanka cricket team which won the World Cup. The Sri Lanka cricket team at that time was given no hope. In the year 1996, I think, they won the World Cup. So nobody gave them hope. You will win, because they were playing badly. India, Australia were the two teams pitched to win the World Cup that year. Their coach, Dave Watmore, what does he do? He said, boys, just go and play, just go and enjoy your game. And then he got an advice which game changed the whole of cricket forever. The advice he got was to take his two pinch hitters, that was Sanat Jasoria and that Ramesh I can't pronounce his name, Kalnovatara, yeah. So I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing his name wrong, but both these players were told to go and open the batting. And what they did after that, they destroyed the opposition bowling. Because they used to come as pinch hitters, they came as openers, they completely demoralized the other side. Sri Lanka went on to win the World Cup. And after that, a lot of these top batsmen like Sachin Tendulkar was the first who went to start opening, and then Rohit Sharma, all started opening the batting and started doing all of that. So, so they were the ones who actually changed. They went on to win the World Cup. Here's the story of Walt Disney, considered a dud. All the people he went to said, you got no creativity, just go and go and work somewhere, you can't do anything. But he didn't. I mean, he went into chapter 11, he failed in many things, but he had this dream. He had a dream, and he didn't dream in the night. He dreamt during the day, and he wanted to make that dream a reality. Where other people saw marshland, he saw Disney World. Other people said this land is marshland, he saw Disney World there. He created, how Mickey Mouse got created? Mickey Mouse was created he had a very successful product which he fought, his distributor fought and took it away from him. And then he created Mickey Mouse, which what it's gone on to become. And the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, people said, don't even make this movie, nobody will watch it. That turned Disney's fortunes forever. And then of course Disney World, what he did. So a dud, all his seniors used to say, you're not creative, stop, you can't write. Became the most creative genius. So you must believe in yourself. Must believe in yourself, in your own talents. And always be proud of it. This is the story of the Chinese bamboo tree. I don't know how many of you know the story of the Chinese bamboo tree. Have you ever read it? Chinese bamboo tree, when you plant it, right, nothing happens. You keep putting water. वो 5 साल में देखो क्या growth होता है उसका. पहला, the first slide. And after 5 years, in 6 months, it goes 90 feet. So I want to ask you, you answer yourself, did that bamboo tree grow in 6 months or did it grow in 6 years? That is what you have to do. You have to nurture that talent when it's young, your own talent. You may not see the results. Don't be so, young generation saying, we want immediate gratification. I was told now, they're saying, okay, if I've done a good job, pay my bonus tomorrow. Okay. Then you take your bonus and go. Are you into institution building or are you building your own whatever? And after that, there is no job for you. So I think the Chinese bamboo tree is a great story of how you can nurture to grow where you grow. And it requires purpose, it requires commitment, it requires a strong sense in belief in yourself to be able to go it. And one thing I want to tell each of you, we keep hearing all these different stories, which some of it I'm telling you and some of you may have heard, you may have read. But you are a unique story. You're a work in progress who's going to be built into something unique. Your story could be, many people want to be you. Go live your life. Go inspire people to become something. Like somebody became your inspiration, you become an inspiration for a whole set of people, and nobody's story is bad. It's better to be a simple original than a fake pretender. Be authentic in your life. Whoever you are, you don't need to make believe कि मैं ये हूँ. And I always say the reputation is what people think you are. Your character is who you are. Remember that. So don't get taken in somebody tells you तो बहुत बड़ा आदमी है. This is Usain Bolt. What you see is on the top. They see is, I don't know how many, 9 gold World Cup, 9 Olympic medals, gold medals, many World Championship, and I think 11 World Championship. For 10 years he dominated the world of athletics. And if you ever seen Usain Bolt, he's all like a joker, making fun, but that's not him. That's his style. And he owes everything to his coach. His coach worked on him. He's, we look at Usain Bolt and think, "Acha, ye lamba 6'5", got long strides, he has that, to run you need to go through that aerodynamics." But the point of Usain Bolt is, he had huge injuries, hamstring, this, that. His coach worked on him completely, made him, and all Usain Bolt's success, a lot of it goes to his coach, and he believed in his coach. He followed exactly even despite winning all those medals, exactly what the coach told him he did. So I think that is something we need to do. So sacrifice is hard work, his courage, perseverance, rejection, sweat. One of the world championships, they had a false start at 100 meters and he was thrown out of the race. He came back in Beijing in 2012 and won the gold again. So you get disappointments in life, even you may be at the peak of your career, but it doesn't mean that you throw in the towel. This is Vijayan Thapar. This picture you are seeing on the left, these people were before the temple praying, knowing there's 10% chance that they would come back alive. This was when they were going at the Kargil war, Tololink. They had to go and they were given orders to go and capture that. Vijayan Thapar Subai, he led that battle. Only 2 came back. But they captured that Tololink. And then they had to go to Nol. And as a leader, what did he see? Open ridge, the enemy shooting from there. He could have said his soldiers, you go in there. He went in. He went in. This was a picture 10 days before he died. This was because I think on the end of June somewhere he had gone, I don't have the date here, but this battle was fought on 12th June. And then there was a battle, I think, on the 26th June, a Nol battle. He went in first, took the firing. His soldiers got inspired. And they said, "Hamare saab ko ye hua hai." And they rushed him. And they captured Nol. That was the turning point of the Kargil war. And that changed the war completely. So, you wonder why these people do this. Why do they give up their lives for the nation, or what is it they do it for? They do it for the commanding officer. They believe in it. They believe that they're living a life of a higher purpose. A life which is different from other people's life. Yes, and they also know that their parent organization, the army, will look after their families when they're not there. That is the confidence that they go in with. They have signed a blank check to the country, a blank check of their life, knowing that the country will repay back that blank check when the time comes. This is the Navy SEALs. I just want to tell you, the most disciplined unit in the world. I mean, the kind of training that they go through, that ethos, I'm going to read it because we got lack of time out here. But you please read the ethos of the Navy SEALs. They are people, Simon Sinek is another person I follow. So Simon Sinek said that he asked one of these Navy SEALs, why did you go in that shooting to bring your friend back? Could have saved your life. He said, because he would have done it for me. That is the blind faith they have in each other. They are brave people who go through a huge amount of training. I remember one astronaut came and spoke to us on one of the KPMG international meets, Chris Hadfield, New Zealander. And he said all the astronauts are trained only for failure. Because after they're going to be up there, anything can go wrong. So their whole training is on failure. How will you deal with this failure? How will you deal with that failure? And so the Navy SEALs are possibly the most well-trained and disciplined force in the world. Power of books. I think Harpreet, you said about reading, that you're a voracious reader, or it was read that you're a voracious reader. Let me tell you, I was also voracious. I don't read now. I'm being very honest, but I used to be a voracious reader as I grew up, starting with Enid Blyton and all those James Hadley Chase. I have used to read so much. I used to love reading because it gave me knowledge. And it gave me the ability to connect so many things in my life, in the world. So these are three people. J.K. Rowling became a billionaire by writing books. Jeff Bezos became a billionaire by selling books. And Warren Buffett became a billionaire by reading books. So one wrote, one sold, and one read. And so these are three billionaires. So I just want to tell you, the one thing that you will do when you go back is every day you will read 30 pages. Every day. Just imagine you multiply 30 pages, kitne ho gaye? How many books you have read in the year? Make it a discipline that every day I will read 30 pages of a book. It doesn't need to be like a study or, it could be anything. And also there is one great leader in India, one of the top industrialists. Every second or third day, he watches science fiction movies. Every day, every second or third day, he watches science fiction, the movies which are just going to be released. So he manages to get it, he pays for it or whatever. He gets those movies, he sees them. Because what was science fiction yesterday is reality today. What is science fiction today is going to be reality tomorrow. So how do you want to be ahead of the curve? So you should know what is your capability and what you can do. So, okay, watch science fiction. This is the London, I'm not going to go into it, but this was UK got, Great Britain got 2 medals in the Olympics. They didn't go and appoint a politician to go and head the committee. They appointed Sebastian Coe, who himself was a gold medal winner, to go and reform the entire Olympics. He didn't want to do it in the next 5 years. He didn't come and say, I want to win the next medals. He took a 20 years. He rebuilt the entire UK. They didn't have money. He brought out lotteries to fund his programs, changed the stadiums. I mean, incremental changes. You read the story, it's an amazing story to read. How it was not done by one man, there was a whole group, he was the boss. But a lot of people did a lot of things. And in the 2012 Olympics, they won 65 medals, out of which 29 were gold. That was the transformation that came. And it was not a it was not a thing in the sky. Every year they've been winning 27 to 28 gold medals. And they're winning 60 plus medals in the Olympics. So he created a team which is going to last out, which is going to be our winners, and create a winning attitude. He brought one thing, and for all people who are in business or whatever, he created something called Thinking Thursday. So one day in the week was kept only for thinking. Innovatively, how can we do something different? So that Thinking Thursday, no training, nothing, just thinking how we can be better. So, sometimes in life we don't want to devote some of our time to, improving ourselves or becoming better people. So think of a Thinking Thursday, Thinking Sunday, thinking whatever you can do. So this is, I can't go without telling you about values. This is the value of a guy called Ivan Fernandez, a Spanish runner. This was a race. Abe Muthai was winning the race. But because he didn't understand the language, he didn't know where to go. And he stopped. What did now Ivan Fernandez could have said, okay, I'll go and win the race. This guy doesn't know where to go, chalo, I will go and win it. He pushes him across the line. He takes him and pushes him across the line. So the journalist asked him, you could have won the race, why did you do it? You know what he said? What use of that medal was to me? He was the winner. I was not the winner. Then he said something which is very profound, which actually touched my heart. He said, what would my mother think of me? So, this is where values lived. Values, in corporates, we have it on our screensavers, in our cafeterias, all across the world. And leaders like me will sit on the stage and come and say, ye value, wo value. Values are going to be lived. People have to come and they have to see the leader and see, ye, jo bol raha hai, does he live it? This is the story Sangeeta reminded me yesterday about this Taj incident. This lady was 5 minutes away from going through this gruesome, 5 minutes, she's going to be a speaker later to you. She was at the Taj and she got a call from somebody and said, can you come and meet me? She walks out and 5 minutes later the attack takes place in the Taj. She was living there, right? And what actually impressed me about this whole saga was people died for people they didn't know. They stood there in front of the hotel guest, they don't know the hotel guest. The chefs, the other people took the bullets on themselves. Karambir Singh Kank was the general manager of the hotel. He lost his entire family in this thing. And as for the story that goes, either his father or mother, he called them and he said, I've lost my whole family. That was his wife and his 2 sons. They were in the thing and it got fired in the room upstairs, old Taj. And she was also in the old wing that time where all the actually damage took place. So whether it's father, mother, I don't remember, but they told him, stay there, save as many lives as you can. Just imagine a person lost his family is standing there and saving as many lives as he could. He was a general manager of the hotel at that time. And so, what drove this individual? What drove him to do what he did? Obviously, there was a purpose higher than just having a job. The telephone receptionist who was rescued, she comes back and says, oh, what my guest will do, I need to direct them. She goes back to the hotel. And when Harvard did a study, they found, as they asked Taj as to why the people, they said, we don't know. So they did a study, Harvard did a study, and they found out that when Taj recruits people, they don't recruit them from Delhi, Mumbai. They come to Ludhiana, they come to other second 2-tier and 3-tier cities and recruit them from there. They study their entire background of that individual as to his character or her character. They speak to their teachers. They hire people for one item, and that is character. And that day, character stood out. That day, character stood out. And it will go down in the folklore that never in a crisis have so many people lost their lives and so many heroes have emerged. Normally in a crisis, one hero emerges, but so many heroes emerged that day. And so hats off to all those people and for all their families, whoever have gone through that. This is a guy, Charles Plum was a fighter pilot. He had done 72 sorties. In the 72nd sortie, he was shot down over Vietnam and captured. Few years later, he was a speaker. He met somebody comes up to him and says, "You're Charles Plum. You were a fighter pilot." So he said, "How do you know me?" He's saying, "I packed your parachute." And he said, "I don't know how many times I would have met him. I wouldn't even said good morning to him. We have to find somebody who will pack our parachute. Means who will stand behind us." He said, "If that parachute was not packed, I would not be alive today. If that parachute was not packed properly." So everybody who's doing even menial jobs are actually helping something. So always ask yourself the question. And you know, the one thing that I learned in life, and obviously, is appreciation is the greatest skill you can have. If you go and tell somebody, you know, he's good. There's this whole saga of EY. I mean, I don't want to talk about it because it's a competing firm where this girl died while she was working. I can never again say that hard work doesn't kill people after this incident. But I get a WhatsApp message from an EY senior partner who leads one of their things. He said, when I worked with you in Anderson, you used to make us work long hours, but we had fun, we had appreciation. You know, many times what I'm trying to say, you can have long hours of work, it is how you treat the person, how you look after them. And I was so surprised that this message comes to me at this time, at the calamity. He's saying, and my respect for you will always be there. We used to work long hours, let me tell you, but you can make those long hours fun and you don't make it stressful, and that is what is more important than creating stress in somebody's life, because actually the biggest disease for everybody is stress, which is the biggest killer. So this, because this Francois, this thing came and spoke to us. He was the captain of the rugby team when Nelson Mandela became. So there are very few universal leaders, maybe 2 or 3. Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, they will form in the category of universal leaders, you know, where everybody respects them. This poem which Nelson Mandela lived his life while he was in jail was, I'm just reading the last 2 lines, I'm the master of my faith, I'm the captain of my soul. And he gave this poem to the captain. South Africa team was not doing well. He didn't tell him, I want you to win the World Cup. But this guy, while he was sitting with Nelson Mandela, his girlfriend asked him, what did the president ask you? He didn't ask me anything, but his eyes told me he wants us to win the World Cup. And that's exactly what they did. And on the championship day, you know, you read the movie, you see the movie Invictus, you will love it. If you have not seen the movie Invictus, see that movie. I saw that movie after listening to this captain come and speak to us at a KPMG event. And everything he said there was there in that movie. And it was amazing how Nelson Mandela motivated the team to go and win that World Cup and to unite Africa with the blacks and the whites. That day, Africa changed forever. It was this rugby win when the blacks and whites hugged each other on the streets of South Africa. And Nelson Mandela wanted this World Cup for that unification. This is possibly the last slide. There are some few tidbits which I leave for you. Remember, life has got 5 balls. Your family, your health, your friends, spirituality, and your work. The only ball in these 5, which is your job, is a rubber ball. It will fall, it will bounce back. This was somebody, one young girl told me this when I was trying to recruit her. Many years back, maybe 20, 25 years back, I didn't understand it. She tried to convince that I should recruit her, and she gave me this 5-ball theory. I read it many years later, and I said, wow, now I get it, what she was trying to tell me. And she was just married and she wanted certain things. So anyway, I'm going to get into that. But I think it's how you balance your life. Life is not about just work. It's about leading a complete human life, and I think that's very important. You must, because when you're down and out, the only people who will stand beside you is your family. They will be there no matter who you are, no matter what level you reach. They will be there standing beside you, supporting you through those tough times. Health, well-being is the most important, which came out in COVID. If you don't look after your health, what is the use? You know, when this guy, this stock investor, what's his name? Who died? Junjunwala. When Junjunwala died, he said, you know, I made great investments. I created a $5 billion personal wealth. But the one thing I didn't invest is for my health. Make that investment. Make sure your health, get your genome mapping done. You're like young. You will know where you're going in your life. Get it done. I'm being serious. And you know, I was at just now I've come back from Athens. I was in Athens, then Dubai, where one of the speakers said, preventive health is the best thing you can do. And genome mapping is the best thing you can do for yourself. Because genome mapping tells you when you will get a disease. It's not going to prevent it, but it will tell you whether you're cancer or this, so you can then start working towards it. So these are few things I will leave. When we keep talking of confidence, confidence is about, how did I deal with that problem yesterday? That should give you confidence that I will do. The problem is, we look at a problem, look at too big. You break it down into small issues, you can solve it. So confidence is about being able to do something. The Navy SEALs, the first thing they are taught is to make their bed in the morning. A stupid thing. Kya bed banana kya? How many of you make your bed in the morning? Okay, good. Very good. So you can become a Navy SEAL now. So the first thing, and the reason, the Admiral said we make them make the bed in the morning, first task accomplished. Now you go and accomplish other tasks. So it is an accomplishment which actually gets done in your mind. Resilience can silence self-doubt. So you need to be resilient. Stop comparing yourself with others. Don't bother. I have to do what I have to do. I have to make my own life. Surround yourself with positive people. Positive energy. Integrity and hard work is non-negotiable. You can have all the qualities in the world. If you don't have these two qualities, just forget about it. Lead your life with honor, win with humility, and be graceful in failure. Always be graceful in failure. I would say also be graceful in victory. Be graceful to the person who didn't. And when you face your fears, it stops troubling you. And always learn to say no without hurting the other person. Don't hurt them. Do it in a nice way. And have meaningful relationships. Don't be transactional. People can see through. Fake can be seen through. Always give 10% extra. Destiny is in your hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All I can say is, it has been an inspiring presentation. So I think our young students here would have noted a lot of takeaways. Few which I have taken away for them is, beginning he said, if it's a great organization, do not worry about the salary. Low salary plus great organization is going to give you a big jump. So remember that. So we'll begin with our QA.
Yeah.
We are short of time. We have to finish everything. No, it's absolutely fine. You were going with the flow, and so you asked me to cut down my questions from 17. I have brought them down to 3. But we need to give the students the chance first of asking some of the questions.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. My name is Karan Singh.
Put it close to you.
Yeah. So good morning, sir. My name is Karan Singh. I'm from PCT Group of Institute. So my question for you is that during your tenure in KPMG, how did you manage the economic downturn and industrial disruption during your tenure?
So we went through economic downturn during that time, and we were counter-cyclical. I decided that we will invest in training. We will invest, when the jobs came down, we will invest in training, we'll invest in new solutions. So when the downturn comes and goes, it's like waves, right? It goes, comes. So when it comes, we will be ready to win, and that's exactly what happened to us. Because I was fortunate to work with very good professionals, very smart people, and what was my job? Just an orchestra master. And they are the ones who actually went out there and won all the jobs. But we had, I'm very proud of the period when I was the CEO of KPMG, very proud of our growth and what all we achieved. And a lot of HR policies got developed, which actually got followed by the other 4. The point is, I think it is about how you are a leader who's out there talking to your people, getting ideas from them, and taking those ideas and going forward. So that's how I managed it.
Thank you.
Right. I think we can have a mix. I can ask one question and a lot of students here, I believe, are from the commerce background, and MBA Finance, right? So the quick question to you, pertinent to them. Blockchain technology and AI in accounting is changing and disrupting a lot of things. It is bringing, the auditors, what I hear, will be, no more required. There will be transparency, audit trails will be there. It will completely change the accountancy world, and lot of jobs might also be lost. So I would like, I don't know whether the curriculum is already teaching blockchain technology accounting or not in India, but I would like to have your views and your perspective on this.
So I think long back, about maybe 7-8 years back, we saw this at the KPMG Global Board that audit is going to not be the domain of the Big Four or the larger accounting firms. Maybe Google may become an auditor, because they have all the knowledge, they have everything with them. And we adopted machine learning. And we adopted machine learning and we put some data with 1 hour of training. We got 85% accuracy. So powerful. So what is going to happen is that our profession has evolved over a period of time. We have to evolve, we have to go and do things which are more useful for our clients. And we have to do all that. And blockchain, I think, is very useful. If you ask me, blockchain is not so much for accounting, but blockchain is very important for financial services. It's very important for real estate. When you do properties, I think blockchain is going to be very, very important. So I think from that point.
So do you think it should be, the blockchain technology accounting should be part of the curriculum which is not there right now?
See, we have to, I've been a big advocate. Actually, I was talking to a group of vice chancellors before COVID, and I told them, if you don't get online, you will be redundant, you will be history. They all laughed at me. They said, what are you talking, And these are all vice chancellors of different universities at that time. I can only tell you that I think we need to change our curriculum very fast. It has got to be as relevant. It's got to be relevant for, see, there's no point of learning something which is no use. So I think we have to bring that into a curriculum.
Gentleman from the left, please.
Good morning, sir. My name is Kuljeet Pal Singh from Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana. My question for you is, as businesses face more pressure about ESG issues, environmental, social and governance issues, what advice would you like to give to young professionals to stay calm or ethical in such situations?
So I think I already said that you first need to be a good human being, learn to be a good human being, and be ethics is not compromisable. Believe that is one. I think if companies do not follow ESG, we all know the world we are living in. I mean, Delhi, I don't know, Ludhiana gets, but Delhi is getting unprecedented rains. Bangalore is also getting, this is all climate change, what is happening. So environment is already an issue. And if we don't deal with the environment, let me tell you one thing. The world will continue to exist. The person who will disappear will be humans. It's happened before. If you read history of the world, the species that lived on the world disappeared because of climate change and because of various other things. So the world will continue. So we keep saying we're degrading the planet, we're degrading yourself. You're not going to be there. So the humans will not exist. I think that's the endangered species, not the world. So that's the first point I want to make. Second point, the biggest issue we have is social. Social is women empowerment, drinking water, good working conditions, compensation, what the CEO gets, what the lowest worker gets, no parity at all. And these are big rumbling issues at global boards. Nobody wants to deal with it. So ESG, environment, people are got hold of because now corporates are not, banks are not funding people who are not becoming environmental. Governance has always been there, and I think the world is quite a decent governance, I would say, because I'm a governance practititioner. I can say we have come a long way, yes. Things have to be done, we are there. Our biggest issue is social. Nobody's dealing with it, and I think that needs to get dealt with. And the companies, there is going to be rating agencies which will come, and the companies will get rated good on ESG, will get a good valuation. So you do it for your own good and for your own survival.
Right, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, in fact, being in textile industry, there's another friend, Manish here, we're facing a lot of pressures even from our buyers to get environment and social compliances done. They won't place us orders unless and until you are compliant with the environment, and so that has to happen. Please.
Good morning, sir. My name is Nandita and I'm from University Business School, Ludhiana. My question for you is, what are your views on India's ecosystem and how professional services can support its growth?
So India has, just for all the youngsters, the next decade is India's decade. Our macroeconomics are so strong. The structure which India has built, it is a thing that is going to happen. Okay, the success, whatever we're going to get. So our ecosystem is very strong. Professional services need to, see the point is, as professionals, the first thing we need to learn, do we have a backbone? If you have a backbone, you will be able to stand up straight. So I would suggest all of you should be able, like we heard Harpreet say, you don't mind me calling her Harpreet, right? So what she said was that you should ask the questions. And you need to be bold, you need to be courageous. So professionals, yes, one is your professional duty, what you do. Second is you need to be courageous to ask those questions. And do not bother about the consequences as long as you are doing what is right. I'll tell you, I have taken a path in my life which was exactly that. So my secretary was telling me, the other day, saying, I wish you could have been a little more diplomatic. So if you have to say, because I was preparing for a talk and they said, what's your weakness? So she was trying to tell me this is what, she was giving me feedback. But I think we need to say what we feel like. It's important. I would say professionals have a huge role to play in the growth of India. I have been a chartered accountant, I have been part of the growth story. I've been doing a lot of things for the government, private sector. I think there's a huge role all professionals can play.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, right. So Richard, you spoke about ethics.
Yeah.
That ethics is very, very, something which is not compromisable. So there would have been moments, when you would have had to take decisions in life, which went against ethics and you took them. From the corporate point of view, we all know, political funding to the parties and, especially speed bribes. So in CIA, we have an ethics code. Companies were asked to sign, only 5% signed, 95% did not. Because it specifically asked not to give speed bribes. I'm saying to get work done quickly, ethical work, right work. What is your viewpoint on speed bribes in India?
Because we don't have, if you go to the US, you go to more developed markets, the bribery is very different to the way we define it. Speed bribe is not bribery. As long as you're not doing the wrong thing, you're just getting things done faster. I'm just giving you the view. I'm not saying I'm a big supporter, but as long as it's done through a system and channelized, you got Tatkal scheme, like whatever. So it's an official scheme, it's fine. But if it's going to an individual, then it's not fine. I think it's not about, so I think the issue, unfortunately I didn't have all those issues to deal with. I don't know how I dealt with it. Because we were in consulting, we were more advising our clients, and I had opportunities whether to work with the top corporate in India or not to work with them. That was my choice. And so I suffered for it as a firm, but it's okay. At the end of it, I don't feel bad about it. So that's my view. Right.
Good morning, sir. My name is Ishika and I'm from GGI. My question for you, sir, is how is data transformation, particularly data analytics and artificial intelligence, reshaping the consulting industries?
So it has completely reshaped the consulting industry. You take a thing like ChatGPT. Today, if somebody wants an answer on anything, they'll just go to ChatGPT, get an answer, right?
Yes.
Why will they come to me? So we have to be beyond ChatGPT. ChatGPT also, let me tell you.
If you actually go into it, it is only 70% accurate. It gives you a lot of knowledge and all, but you have to go beyond, because you see, what is the world looking for? The world is looking for solutions. And that's why ChatGPT can't take away your mind. It cannot take away emotional intelligence. It can't take away some of those things. So I think that's where the professionals will continue to grow and have a space for themselves. That social area is yours. Nobody can touch it.
Thank you, sir.
So Richard, these young minds, they'll take up, some of them are going to become professionals, some of them will become, so when they glad up in their jobs, how did you handle criticism or feedback or negative feedback? So what's your message for these young minds? They're gonna get some criticism and feedback in their first jobs. So what's the best way to do it?
Handling criticism is not easy. So I don't want to give gyan to you people, what is the perfectly right answer. But I think the important point is, criticism can also have another angle to it when somebody is getting after you for no reason. So you should be able to distinguish between both. If a friend is giving you feedback, listen to it. So that's a friend talking and telling you. The biggest thing which we don't have, all of us don't have, is self-awareness. We think we are God's gift to this world. We all think we are God's gift, don't you think? That you are the best, there's nobody better than me. So I think criticism is a very important quality that we should be able to take and be able to learn from it. I would say I would rather take that criticism, let me tell you, for me, all the criticism I got when I was growing up as a professional, getting papers thrown on you, getting abused means abusive language, other than getting beaten up, getting all that done, clients coming and making fun of you, and making a lot of mistakes. I used to go back and say, now I've got to win this battle. I used to go back and say, how can I become better? How can I learn more? How can I now teach? So there was a very competitive spirit in my mind. Because in my mind, I wanted to be the best at my job, irrespective which organization I work for. And I wanted to make an impact on the client, so I have built, I'm just telling you guys how he asked me a question, so I'm telling you, I built long-term relationships. You see, in life, you can be a taker or a giver. No harm in taking. Anytime in life you got to take. No problem. But learn to be a giver. Once you're a giver, then you're not bothered. Just try. Somebody comes and tells you, chalo, mere ko 5,000 rupees de do. Right? First time you'll give, 10,000 de diya. 50,000 rupees. And he's not giving it back to you. You'll stop taking that call. So I think we need to give, every time we go there, mere ko kaam do, I'm talking of my profession. You can't go to the clients, they give me work. The guy will stop meeting you, will stop having. So when I joined Arthur Andersen, clients used to refuse to meet them because the bill would come after the tea meeting. 1 ghanta baitha, chai piya kari. One bill used to come. So I told him, go to a client, don't charge them. Just sit with them, listen to them. You don't know what you'll get. One important thing I did not tell you all, please listen. When somebody is talking, don't listen to respond, but listen to understand what he's trying to tell, or he or she is trying to tell you. So then you will be able to give back a response. So I think that's, so there are many things I've learned in life, to be positive, to give back to society. The point that I learned very early, and actually in 1992 I had a big self, where I thought my life khatam ho gayi hai. A certain incident happened in my personal life, and that's time I went to, somebody invited me to a performance by slum children, and I saw it, and that was the first time I went and gave back to society and said, I will do whatever I can to support these children. So, and that's the day, every time there's an incident in your life which happens, which changes you forever.
A very good morning, sir. I am Janvi from Khalsa Institute of Management and Technology. Sir, my question to you is, how can consultancy firm better serve the needs of SMEs in India?
So I think the SME sector, if India has to grow, India has to get back its growth. It is going to be the SME and MSME sector which is going to grow. What happens there? They create jobs. They are the most innovative. Nobody can be as innovative as them. So I think there needs to go back, and consulting firms should be able to say that we will support these people. It's not about charging fees. Many times they're doing there to help. So this is we have to get out. We all need to understand what our higher purpose is. And if you don't understand higher purpose, please read about it. And I think consulting firms should get there and start working with them to help them.
Thank you, so much, sir.
Richard, a question from me. I mean, you are a successful entrepreneur. We'll finish on that. So, you're a successful, professional. So, have there been any arrogant moments in life when success gets into your head, or pressure of being successful to perform again and again and again and again?
So, to say that, he asked a very nice question about arrogance. The one point I want to tell each of you, you must have confidence in yourself, and I would say add the word swag. Swag. You must have seen that Pepsi ad, swag hai, whatever. So you must have that confidence, but don't let it go to arrogance. Fortunately, I've never been arrogant in my life. I don't understand the word arrogance, because when we grew up, my father fortunately was in a good position. We had all servants, and we used to come back from school. I'm just giving you a small, I'm sorry, I'm giving you all incidents of my life. And we used to come back and we used to call the servants and say, Pani lao. My mother said, these are not your servants. These are your father's servants. Go to the fridge and get your own water. So these are few things, and many such incidents happened in my life which, taught me that you have to respect the other person and know who you are. Just because you're somebody's son or daughter doesn't mean you get all those facilities. So we were brought up with that, and that helped me, shaped me to who I went on to become. So when I got into any position, where it was a leadership position, I can tell you in KPMG, if one thing I remember that I did, or two things I remember I did, was to work and did things for the office boys and for the support staff. Even today they remember it. When I went back to a KPMG office 5 years later, people want to meet you. And who were they? They were all the office boys waiting to just see you. So that was what. Second, which I found I was very proud about, was in Actis, where I was the chairman for the India chapter and the global board, where we were helping university students become entrepreneurs and become entrepreneurs to poorer people. How do you get the poor ladies or men or whatever to do all entrepreneur impact kind of things? So I think these are things which I finally remember. What work happened, what didn't happen, it's okay. But these are the way I
Good morning, sir. I am Nameet Kaur from PCT. I'd like to ask you, what was the most pivotal moment in your career where you had to challenge the status quo, and how did you convince others to embrace that change?
We had the opportunity of getting the two largest audits in the country. And let me tell you, when I talk of largest audits, means one was $9 million audit fee, the other was $12 million or $15 million audit fees. And I had to convince my leadership team that we will not take it. We will not take it. It was not easy. And because somebody is saying, why would you leave $9 million on the fees? And I also remember the company's senior executives calling me and getting very upset with me and telling me, we will blacklist you forever. I said, that's your choice. I made my choice. And there's a price you pay. See, the one thing you should realize, that when you're going to take these decisions, there's a price you have to pay. And if you're willing to pay that price, walk that path. We're talking of corruption also. There's a price you pay. If you're willing to pay that price, you will do it. I'll give you one simple example. When IKEA came into India, I'll just give you this example because the CFO was a very close friend of mine, very, very close actually. And she told me that we have such difficulty in getting the first IKEA store into India. They went to Delhi, they went to Bombay, they went to Bangalore, where I live. The corruption was so deep-rooted, and IKEA was not willing to pay a single rupee. When they go to Hyderabad, where the Chief Minister's son, KTR, tells them, I want the IKEA store in Hyderabad. The first IKEA store is going to come in Hyderabad. Whatever it takes, I will do. He gave them premium land in the electronic city, to put there huge, it is not a store, it's like a factory. If you ever gone to IKEA store, it's huge. You can do your morning exercise there. And after that, the others people came around. They realized इनसे तो पैसे मिलने वाले नहीं है. So if you want the IKEA store here, be better. So I think the point is, you have to be convinced about what you're doing, and you're willing to take the consequences.
They say you have to bear the pain to gain. Yeah.
You need to bear the pain.
Thank you.
So just two last questions, quick questions. We have to be short. He has to leave in 5 minutes. So your turn.
Good morning, sir. My name is Karan Singh and I am from Gulzar Group of Institutes. And sir, my question is, with the rise in remote work and business world being expanded, what are your thoughts about the world which needs to evolve in, the talent management and organizational structure?
So I'll give you a very simple answer. This is my view. Don't beat me up for it. I think remote work is not going to work. Remote work is not going to work because it doesn't help build culture for organizations. And I think the quicker we get back to our 100% working, the firm, otherwise, we will collapse as an economy. All these big things you saw will not happen. You've seen Amazon have come out that they want 100% work back. If they're not, they're out of the company. So I think, I'm sorry, it's not a very popular, but remote work is not going to last. Yes, work from home can be a system and a process, but not 100%.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. I'm Anchal Walia from Punjab Agricultural University, and my question is, what skills should MBA students develop in order to thrive in current business landscapes and consulting demands?
Okay, I would say the first thing that you should develop is common sense. I know you may be laughing at me, you may think I'm a joker, but no. If you have common sense, all your problems. Let me tell you, so I have, most of my solutions have come from common sense. How you can connect the dots. So the skill that you need to develop is critical thinking. You need to use your common sense. You need to be solution oriented and you need to be positive in your mindset. You're solving a problem. And if you can solve the problem, I think you got it done there. I know there's a whole thing of which I can tell you, but those who be academic, you can read it anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, thank you, Richard. We'll make it short and sweet. It has been wonderful pleasure to have you here, sir. I wish we had more time, and there was a whole list of questions, which probably we'll keep it for next time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Now may I request Mr. Thapar to please present a memento to Mr. Richard Reiki. Thank you. I now request LMA Co-Chair Students Forum Dr. Harpreet Kaur to please present a memento to Mr. Amit Thapar for chairing the session. Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to wish you all the best in your careers as you go out, become successful, make your parents proud, make yourself proud, and make Ludhiana proud. All the best.
With this, we take a 20-minute break. Please be back in the room at 11:45. Tea is outside in the stalls. Thank you. Women. With a passion for public speaking, she won numerous accolades, including national debates and declamation competitions, totaling over 50 competitions. With these words, I now hand over the proceedings to Ms. Abha Sikri.
Thank you so much, AIMA. Well, the introduction was lovely, but nothing, even iota percent of what I am going to talk about, the lady I am going to talk about. Yeah, young ladies and gentlemen, the future innovators and inspiring leaders. It's my distinct honor to introduce a true legend of the corporate world today. Picture this, 1983, and Indian kitchens are still ruled by long hours of cooking, and we ladies are yet to experience that joy of something quick, convenient, and dare I say, life-saving. You know, when the kids scream, I am hungry, mujhe bhook lagi hai. Enter Maggie, our culinary superhero. Miss Talwar wasn't just launching a product. She was freeing women across India from endless meal preps, especially on those hectic days. In fact, I'm pretty sure we all owe her a collective thank you for those 2-minute quick noodles that have saved us countless times when we were caught between a busy day and a hungry family. And I'm sure you will agree with me that it redefined our relationship with food, bringing convenience to the forefront. Well, Ms. Talwar's magic didn't stop there. She's the genius behind India's first ever social marketing campaign, Jago Re. As Kang ma'am mentioned in the intro, transforming Tata tea into more than a morning ritual. Humne to sip karni apni morning tea and we'll complain about the state of affairs. While we sip our morning tea to wake up, Miss Talwar made sure Tata Tea woke up the entire nation. Not just to caffeine, but to much more than that. Encouraging the generation to rise and take action on social issues. She didn't just transform a brand, she set new standards for what marketing can truly achieve. While doing all this, making a statement, she managed to shake the collective conscience of the entire country with one sip of tea. Her story has global reach. From the serene hills of Switzerland to the bustling boardrooms across Europe, India and beyond. Working at Nestle's headquarters, she navigated her way through international markets, taking her expertise from one continent to another. Well, she wasn't just working the room, she was leading it. Honestly, I don't know whether to thank her or admire her, more for launching Maggie or for holding her own incorporate boardrooms. All over the world, places where women were few and far behind back then. Miss Talwar's journey has taken her through the corridors of Nestle, Tata Tea, Mattel, and many other top firms. And today, she serves as an independent director on the board of multiple companies. I'm giving you all the tales because I know you will be bustling with questions because her journey is full of rich experiences and wisdom. She serves as an independent director on the board of multiple companies, whether it's consumer products, education, or technology. Her leadership continues to shape industries. And did I mention she's passionate advocate for workplace diversity, my ladies? So next time you are negotiating your seat at the table, channel a bit of Miss Talwar. She's paving the way for us all. Well, she's not just a corporate trailblazer, she's a celebrated author too. As Kangham said, her 2-minute revolution book, a treasure trove for entrepreneurship, and it offers insights on how to build businesses. You must have a look, and she's not the one to keep all the brilliance to herself, may I say. Ms. Talwar has been named one of Business Today's 30 most powerful women in Indian business, and it's easy to see why. But I personally feel what truly makes her inspiring is her authentic connection to the pulse of the consumers and her ability to balance innovation with purpose. I mean, she made noodles revolutionary and tea a symbol of social responsibility. That's some talent. So as we prepare to hear from her today, think about the revolutions you can ignite. Get ready to be inspired by a leader who turns noodles into an icon and marketing into a movement. Let's give a huge round of applause to the incredible, extraordinary Miss Sangeeta Talwar.
Abha, that was inspirational, personified. But you know what, Abha, I have to tell you, this is the best, most diverse, most interesting introduction that I have ever had in my life. And I say this from my authentic self, so thank you so much. You just made it sound so good. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's just past 12 o'clock. We are running a little bit late. And I'm not going to talk to you from a presentation today. I'm going to tell you about my life. And, you know, while Abha has done a fantastic job, let me quickly summarize for you a few key things. I was one of the early women in business. When I joined business, there were hardly any women around. And I was the first woman that Nestle India hired who was in a non-administrative or non-secretarial role, who was in a business executive role. I was one of the senior most professionals in the non-banking industry, in the fast-moving consumer goods industry. So it was quite lonely out there. In our time, there were no computers, no mobile phones. There was one airline, Indian Airlines. There was one brand of, or two brands of cars. There were no metro rails. There was no packaged water, and there was no packaged food. And that was the era in which I joined business, and a lot of my work was actually visiting all the markets where Nestle sold its products and trying to understand what are the market dynamics and the consumer and dealer dynamics around that sale. I've been very fortunate. I've worked across different multinational companies, some of the best companies in the world. I got hired by Nestle, then I worked as a CEO and managing director for Mattel. Then I went on to become Tata Tea's first woman executive director ever, and was one of the senior most women that the Tata Group had across the world in an executive director position. And after that, I made a big shift and moved out of the corporate world, the private sector, and moved into a very large rural project run by the National Dairy Development Board, so a semi-government kind of organization. I've also had the great opportunity to work across functions. So when I joined Nestle as a management trainee, I got hired into the marketing department. I grew to become the first woman in India to ever run regional sales. I ran the entire sales for all of Nestle's business across the entire north. So Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, UP, HP, J&K, Nepal, all of that was part of my purview across the business of Nestle. A very challenging but a very, very interesting assignment. I then worked with them as the human resource director. I was HR director for Nestle India. I ran that job for a few years. And after that, I became one of the youngest executive vice presidents that Nestle had. And I ran the commercial part of the business. I ran marketing, and I also was responsible for profitability because I had a unit working in my group which was used to do pricing. And pricing of milk was very fundamental and very, very core to the profitability of the business back then. I want to also quickly mention that after Nestle, having spent almost 20 years in food, I made a big change and I moved to the business of toys. Mattel was the world's largest toy company. I joined them, and then I moved to a more commoditized business, which was tea, and then moved into the back end of milk, which was milk procurement and the creation of, you've heard about the cooperative movement in milk, but what I helped NDDB to create was producer companies in milk. So there was no cooperative structure, it was run like private enterprise, but these were farmer companies, and the project was supported by the World Bank. So that's a bit of the entire journey that I took. And I want to talk to you today in the context of what I think is very important, and all of those words start with the alphabet C. So I'm going to talk to the first one. There are 5 C's that I will speak to. The first one is life is about choice. You have made a choice to come to this session today. Or maybe Harpreet ma'am or man here told you that you must come because this is a great opportunity, you'll miss out. So that's a choice perhaps you made. Now you have a choice whether you want to listen or you want to be the scroll up, the swipe up generation that is only on its phone, right? And once you've made that choice, then your choice is whether you want to hear what's happening. You can listen and be doing other things. Are you hearing what's happening? And are you going to allow that to impact you in certain ways, okay? So life is about choices. And so was my life about choices, and I want to give you a quick example. It's very important when you're making a choice that it is your choice. And I know that when you're young, there's a lot of family influence, there's a lot of parents are telling you, ye karo, wo karo, so-and-so's kid has done this and done so well, why don't you look at that field, why don't you look at this field? But have you taken the time and the energy to think for yourself? What is the choice you want to make? How do you want to craft your own future? What should it look like? Have you spent that time? You have knowledge at the swipe up. You can access through Chat GPT 4.0 and versions of Gemini and all the future versions that are going to come. Literally in seconds you can understand anything you want to know about anything. But have you made that effort to understand for yourself what is it that you want to do? What is it that's going to be of value to you? How are you going to craft your future? Because then you're in a position to make a good, considered choice. It's very important when you choose to give it due consideration, listen to everybody, but use your own mind and your own resources to understand what is it that you want to do. And what's the consequence of doing that? When you make a choice and it's your choice, it's not what someone asked you to do, what is the consequence of that? Any of the panelists want to give me an answer? What's the consequence when you make your own choice? Anybody? No, it can be wrong, yes. Of course it can be wrong. I made plenty of wrong choices. But I think when you make your own choice, you are committed to it. Is that right? You're committed to it. You're committed to make it succeed. You're not pointing a finger and say, Father, you told me to do so-and-so thing, it's not working for me. You don't have that choice anymore because you made that choice. So I think one of the most important things is it commits you to the outcome of your choice. And an even more important thing, when you make your own choice, you are slowly and steadily building confidence in whom? Who are you building confidence in? In yourself. When you make your choice, you're building confidence in yourself. If you're going as per somebody else's choice, what your parents told you to do, or what your neighbor son said is very good to do, without thinking you jumped into that choice, you are less committed to it. So you're perhaps going to be less successful. And the other very important thing it does, which is a lesson I learned a long time ago in my life, is whenever you point a finger at someone, how many fingers are pointing back at you? All the others are pointing back at you. So whenever you are tempted to point a finger and say, you helped me make a wrong choice, it didn't work for me, please remember, you have many fingers pointing back at you. So first ask yourself the question, what could I have done better? What could I have done differently in order to be in a different spot? So very quick examples from my own life. I grew up in a middle-class family. My father was a senior civil servant, my mother was a teacher. And my father's great ambition, and I always did well in school and college, worked hard. वो हमारा ज़माना था. You worked hard, you studied hard, you went one step up. You went one step up, you did well again, you could go to the next step. Your world is different. Your world is all together there in one swipe. So it's a little different. But so I did well in school and college, and his ambition for me was to join the civil services. So he wanted me to try for the IFS. But by the time I got to college, I was very interested in the business world, and I started to realize that the the business of government is different from the business of business. And I was very keen to join the corporate world, and that is how I, after college, sat for the MBA exams and got into IIM Calcutta. So that's a choice which I made. But you know what? You have to contextualize your choice, because you do live in a family, and all the members of the family are going to try to think and help you to succeed. They're not there to pull you down, right? So whether it's your mother, father, your siblings, or your friends, or your greater cousins, or whoever, aunts and uncles, they're trying to help you to do better. But you've made that choice, right? For yourself. You have only taken their opinion. So I can give you an example of contextualizing. When I finished from IIM Calcutta, there's this big thing called the placement season. And it's a time of great tension because you can only apply to a certain number of jobs, right? After that, you don't get more choice. And everybody is out there. You're competing with the rest of your batch. Everyone's out there, and anybody who gets a job, there's a lot of celebration going on. And Delhi as a city always came late to the campuses. It always began with the banks in Mumbai and then the other FMCGs. And I made a choice at that time. And I said, I'm the last kid in the family and my parents are alone. And so I'm going to look for a job in Delhi. So I had to keep waiting in the placement season to get a job. And you know, when you hear all the celebration going on, people landing these big jobs in Bombay, you tend to wonder, will I get a job or not? But I did get 3 of the top jobs in Delhi. I got invited by Nestle, by Horlicks and by Ranbaxy. These were the 3 largest companies based out of Delhi to come and interview with them in order to choose an assignment. And of course, I picked Nestle out of the 3. But it was a choice I made. And you know that life is about choices, and then those choices lead you in a particular direction. And you're committed to stand by the outcomes of those choices. That is very, very important. And so I became a Delhi-based business person. I was not a Mumbai-based business person. And was that right or wrong? We don't know. Many things went very well, and I'll talk to you about that. But you know, maybe life would have been very different if I had gone into one of the companies in Mumbai. Who knows? I don't know. And I don't want to ponder on that too much. A very important aspect of making a choice is, I think, you've got to try to understand, when you hire a cab, what do? आपको टैक्सी बुलानी है, अब क्या करोगे? डेस्टिनेशन डालोगे, कहाँ जाना है? उसके पहले you would have thought क्यों जाना है? And maybe उसके पहले you would have thought क्या करना है, right? It's exactly the same in your choice of work, in your choice of study, or in any other choice you make. You have to know where do you want to go, why do you want to go there, and what do you want to do when you get there. And one of the guiding principles I found, which was very good to help me to do this, was to look at what is my value in life. What do I value? What is most important to me? So what I started calling that most important thing was my Lakshman Rekha, my non-negotiable. This has to be there. Otherwise, I'm not interested in that choice. So if you understand what is it that is of greatest value to you, that is a way in which you can choose the choice you make and be happy with it. Okay? And I choose to be in Delhi with my parents. And you know, I was just thinking about all this the other day and saying, you know, I made that choice to be in Delhi. And maybe that's what helped me to succeed in my first job. Because I was living at home in great comfort. I was not living in a hostel, fending for my food, fending for my travel. It was a very comfortable life living at home. So I could fully focus my attention on my work. And when I joined Nestle, I got the smallest product to handle. So there was a lot of celebration that I had got one of the best marketing jobs in the country. And that's all fine, that's great. But when you entered that office, they gave me the smallest product to handle, which was a 4-gram cube called the Maggie cube. The smallest product. It used to sell in very few places. And so I applied all my talent, my skills, my knowledge, everything to improve the sales of that very small product. And that's how I think after a year and a half, I got the opportunity to work on Maggi noodles. It didn't exist when I joined the company. And I remember in the early days when we were thinking about the product, I used to spend time weighing out spices. Now here was an MBA weighing out spices in a balance to try and see what the taste of the noodles could be, okay? But I never minded that. You know, some people might today say, what the hell were you doing weighing spices as a business graduate? But to me, there was no work which was small or big. So there are a couple of things. I never looked at myself as a woman first, as a lady, as somebody to be, taken extra care about, okay? I never looked at myself that way. I never looked at work as big or small. If my boss told me that needs to be done, it would get done. And you know what? It would get done to the best of my ability. I can only do it basis what I can do, right? I can't do it as good as you would do or someone else might do. But whatever I did, I would do it to the best of my ability. And they recognized that within the organization. And the next year and a half, I got to work on what then started, became I think the most talked about launch in the country ever. And even today, I just recently met someone very senior from the industry who said, oh, we were recently discussing the Maggie success example, with the young people in the organization, saying that's how you should look at how to make things successful. So it's a story which I got that opportunity because I did some good work on that little product that I got to work on. So the thought I want to leave with you is, please don't look at things as big and small. There's nothing too small and there's nothing too big, okay? Everything is doable. The next C I want to talk to you about is courage. So do great things before you are ready. Courage is not the absence of fear. What is courage? Courage is the ability to act when you are in fear and to get over that fear. And I can give you a quick example. I'd gone on a holiday to the Maldives, and I don't swim. I never learned to swim. And there was this great opportunity to go snorkeling, to look at the fish, in the deep sea. And I put my hand up for that challenge, and I went snorkeling, and I was dying of fright. But they gave me a short lesson on, what to do. And if I was very scared, we had decided on a signal. So my trainer was with me, and he would reach out to me if I was very, very scared. But I must tell you, I pushed myself, but it was a fantastic experience to see the fish underwater on that big reef in the ocean. It was great. So that was a quick aside. I want you to, life is about taking risks. How do you move forward? You cannot live in a zone of comfort all the time, right? And you should not, because if you're living in a zone of comfort all the time, I can assure you, you're missing a lot of things around you. So I think it's very important to challenge yourself. And what happens when you challenge yourself and you're able to move forward with that challenge is, again, it builds your confidence, okay? So I want to talk to you about a couple of challenges that I took. So I was working on Maggie, and Maggie was a great success, and it was touted all over the country as a big success. And the first 7, 8, 9 years, I worked on building the brand, and there are many stories there. I want to quickly show you my book. I have written some of those stories in this book. It's called The 2-Minute Revolution, and it will tell you how, when you build a big brand, everything is not a bed of roses. You have to deal with a lot of the thorns, you have to deal with a lot of the ups and downs, and how we did that to build a very strong brand of Maggie. But while all this was happening, nobody in the company was wondering, what is she going to do next? No one was bothered about my career. They were very happy that everything is going well. So there was a job which was going to become vacant, which was a regional manager's job. So I went to my boss and I said, you know what, I've done this job for the past 8, 9 years, and I'd like to now move to sales as the regional head of sales. And he was in shock. There were no girls in sales. I had never done sales before for a fast-moving consumer goods company. And he said, how can we make you the head of a whole region without all that? So I said, sir, I've been asking for this kind of training, but unfortunately, it hasn't been possible to do it. So to his credit, he discussed with the head of human resources, and they came back to me with a proposal to train me for 9 to 10 months in sales. So after being business head for Maggie, I became a sales officer, okay? I wore kets and I started walking the streets because that's what a Nestle sales officer used to do those days. So there's a story here as well, which is that sometimes to move up, you have to move sideways. Sometimes in order to move up, you need to equip yourself appropriately so that you are seen to come from a position of competence and capability. Okay, and that was their worry, that if they took me as a business head and put me as the head of sales for a whole region, which eventually I ran the entire north, what would the people on the ground say? You know, they would not perhaps listen to me, I would probably not be successful, the company would probably suffer. So they came back to me with a solution which I went through with. It was very tough for me because my daughter at that time was already 4 or 5 years old. I had to leave her at home with my husband and my in-laws, and I used to travel 26 days of the month out of 2 small bags in the state of Andhra Pradesh. That was my training ground. I was the area manager managing a team of 25 people. And it's only after that, when that became successful, I was moved into the northern regional sales head for Nestle. So you need to have the courage to pick up the challenge and say, I'm going to run with it, okay? And you need to put your hand up quite often, even before you're ready. Tell me, do CEOs these days get a lot of training before they become CEOs? Do they get a lot of training? Do they get, months and months of training before they become CEOs? No. There's always a day one for every CEO. So there's a day one for everything new in life. And if you have confidence in yourself, you can just go with it. After I'd done this regional sales role, the company was looking for an HR head who was very familiar with the company, and I had no experience in HR. But they picked me. They said, you've been long serving in the company, you know every part of the company very well, so please take on the role of Human Resources Director. And I thought about it one day, and then the next day I went back to my boss and I said, he saw me in the doorway and he said, don't tell me you've changed your mind. I cannot do anything now. I have changed all the other positions in the company. They had to move 4 or 5 people up because I had created a vacancy in my position. So he said, so the only thing I could tell him, I said, sir, the only thing I'll request you is don't leave me there forever. I was so scared of taking on the HR director's role for the company. I said, for a few years it's okay, but don't forget about me and just leave me there. So that didn't happen. But I must tell you that in the first few weeks of taking over that role, there was an international program that Nestle was organizing, and it was a conference of the heads of HR, and I was one of the 14 HR heads invited from across the world. And in that workshop, we had the global head of HR, and she and her deputy, they had set us a task at the end of the workshop for presentations, and the rest of my group went out to party, and they said, if you don't mind, will you stay back and just finish up all the writing up of the results of the project. So I did that because these people were all going to the bar and I didn't find that very interesting. So I stayed back and I did all that, and of course I was chosen the next day to present it. And the head of HR for Nestle Worldwide, she stood up and gave me a standing ovation because she was so impressed by just the thoughts that were coming through that presentation. So for me, that was a big plus point, that I had just got into HR and whatever I thought that HR should do for the organization had just been signed off by the senior most person in that function. So the thought I want to leave you here is that when you take on a challenge and you're scared whether you will succeed or not, try to find ways and means that can open up around you by talking to people, by reading and understanding from other people's experiences. How can you equip yourself? Okay, so this was a big tick mark for me, but it's much easier for you now with everything on the wire. You can find out anything you want to at the click of a button. I want to talk to you about another aspect of this courage and taking risks and doing things before you're ready. You know, life is very complex. Now, if you have a family, you have other things around you, you can't just up and go, right? But I'll tell you a truism, and I have spoken at many places and met many people who've confirmed this. You know, when a job is thrown at a man, says, will you take on this next role? I want you to go to, I don't know, Eastern China to set up a new business. Most men who will say, okay, sounds good, yeah, sure. Most women will say, I'm not sure, let me think about it. Now, I'm not criticizing that difference. I think there's a reason for that difference. And the reason is that we are taught, and it's part of our nature, to look at that ecosystem around us and say, whatever I'm doing today, whatever I'm responsible for, wherever I'm spending my time, will I be able to continue to do that in this new challenge? And sometimes, if you're a mother, or if you're responsible for people at home whose health is not 100%, you think many times before you pick up that challenge. But I'll tell you something. How can you navigate this unknown landscape? And in your lives, that landscape is going to be even more unknown because it's a VUCA world, okay? Is to try to see, again, go back to values, go back to what you're passionate about, go back to what really matters to you. What is your non-negotiable? And say, can I take care of that? Choose that as the biggest piece of the puzzle and put it there. Okay, it's a rock in the center. Now, I will try to build the rest of the puzzle around that. So life is a puzzle. And I must tell you that many times, all the pieces don't fit together perfectly. But that is up to you. So if you pick the biggest pieces, the most important pieces, and put them there, and say, I'm going to build the rest of the puzzle around this, you'll find that slowly, everything will fall in place. Okay. That was one of my big learnings. The other thought I want to leave on this with you is, when you're pushed and you're challenged and you're stretched and you're wondering, how am I going to manage all this? Okay, stop to think about two things: the clock and the compass. They are two very different things. The clock is constantly ticking away. It's pushing you to act now, do it now, you're running out of time. But there's a very important thing in the compass, which is setting your direction. So whenever you feel very pushed, very challenged, just go back and look at your compass and say, am I directioned the right way? Am I going in the right direction? Then fine, I can get pushed, I can manage the clock. You learn to manage the clock better and better. But don't lose sight of the direction. And here I want to mention to you that one of the good things that I always try to do, whatever work I was involved in, I tried to take a strategic view of it. What is a strategic view? Literally, I would fly with the birds and look down at what I was doing and try to contextualize that. What is my context? What am I doing? What are the outcomes? Is it creating impact? Am I doing something completely wrong? How is it sitting with the rest of the environment and the rest of the ecosystem around it? Okay? And that's a very useful exercise because it always helps you to understand whether your direction is correct or not. The next C I want to talk to you about is confidence. And I've already spoken to you in a couple of, one or two things I've already mentioned, how you can build your confidence. I think for me what was important was ace your game. Can you ace your game? Can you stay ahead of the curve? What can I do to ace my game? Can I be better than the best? Can I exceed all expectation? Okay? Can I give it my best shot? And those were some of the questions that I tried to answer for myself. And slowly and surely, that helps to build your self-confidence because you know you can do it. So there was a time I used to tell people, give me any job. You want me to run a factory? I can do that. You want me to, whatever you want me to head, a function, a factory, a business, any part of the world, I know I can do it. That's the kind of confidence that you build over a period of time. When you challenge yourself, you push your boundaries and you see that you're able to manage and you're able to get ahead and beyond to your satisfaction. And you know, it is confident people who build good teams because they are not coming from a negative space. They are positive people, they are optimistic people. So it's very, very important, and I don't think we give enough importance to this. And I want to mention this, there are lots of teachers here, there are lots of adults here. I want to mention that please, one of the most important things you can do for kids of any age is to build their confidence. And you know, sometimes that confidence for adults comes from the space of letting go. Let them do what they are asking to do, because they will discover for themselves whether they are able to do it or not, and whether that helps to build their confidence or not. And I must compliment my parents for that. They allowed me to do a lot of things as I was growing up to build my confidence. I mean, Delhi was not an easy city for a young girl going to college. It was very tough. But they knew I was tough, and they encouraged me to be tough. And they would hear some of my stories and say, oh my God, maybe you shouldn't go there again. Or maybe you shouldn't go, use this route or whatever. But it's very tough as parents to let go. But I think there's a very, very important learning there to help young people to build their confidence. So confident people are optimistic, they build great teams, they allow people, they empower people, they enable people to grow. They are givers. We all take, but if you have good self-confidence, you'll give more than you take. They are learners because they are confident in themselves. When they are faced with something new, they don't crumble and say, oh my God, they don't die of FOMO. We all have FOMO, but we don't die of FOMO if you're confident. You say, okay, fine, I'm going to find a way to deal with my FOMO and get over it and discover whatever is new, which I need to know about. So they are learners, they are agile, and if you are agile, you can be anti-fragile, which is something that Richard spoke to today. So in the VUCA world, it's very, very important, I think, to have self-confidence, because it's that one pillar that's going to hold you, that's going to give you a foundation, that's going to make you strong, while the rest of everything around you changes very, very quickly. And it's an uncertain world. You don't know which way it's going. And to build this confidence and your competence and your capability, very important to invest in yourself. So I think he spoke to you about reading books, and I'm going to tell you that that 30 pages a day really works. I've tried it because life is quite busy. No matter what stage of life you are, there are many things that come and fill your time. So that 30 pages a day really works. But read. I know those pages for me are in a physical format still. For you, they are digital. But please read. Please expose yourself. Can we close this light, please? It's coming straight into my eyes. That light. Can you close that, please? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so invest in yourself, educate yourself, spend time to build your competence, but it all links to where do you want to go and how do you want to get there? What is the choice you're making? So it starts off with that, and then you build the rest of it. And I want to just tell you that this thing about confidence and learning and being optimistic and being open. And I'm still doing it, I'm still learning. So I've just signed up to an AI course and I'm training as a leadership coach because one of the things I want to do, and I think it's possible to do it virtually. So I was just thinking to myself, what will happen at a time if I can't travel, I can't move around too much? I can still get online and I can coach people. Because I've had such a lot of exposure to different companies, to different situations. And if I can train myself and I can get certified by the International Coaching Federation, then I can really give back to society. That will give me a lot of pleasure. So I'm still rolling up my sleeves, I'm still working in the trenches, I'm still learning, and I'm still sort of pushing myself and challenging myself to explore new boundaries. There are two quick C's I want to speak to. Abba, how much time do I have, or have I run out of time? 5 minutes or more? Okay. Very important C is compassion. And you know the word compassion, if you look it up, it says it's an emotion that connects with other people. It's being with another person. And we are humans, no? We are not robots. And we'll never be robots, we'll always be human. And it's very important as a leader to make that deep connection with the people you work with. Because that's when you can really build team spirit. That's when you can be really authentic. That's where you can weave your magic as a leader and help that team to achieve more than is what is set out for them. So in a hyper-connected world, I want to quickly mention, the definition of success will not be what is at the top. It will be what is at the center. What is at the center of that network? What's going to keep that network moving and connected? And that's what success is going to be. And you can get that by building on compassion. And IQ is very important. It gets you through college. But EQ gets you through life. The emotional quotient, something that Abha is very deeply involved with. That's what gets you through life. And the last C I want to speak to you about is connections. Have you deeply connected with anybody? Question mark? Dash, dash, dash. Have you deeply connected with? What am I going to ask you? Exactly. Have you deeply connected with your inner self? How many of us have done that? I mean, I can do a lot of that. I should do a lot more of that. Still, having lived so many years of human life. Very important to know yourself. Very important to be self-aware. And then to be in the space of self-acceptance. Okay? Without being negative about it. And each person on this planet is different, is unique. And if you connect deeply with yourself, you can also connect deeply with other people around you. And that really enriches life. It makes you feel much more holistic as a human being. Okay, it makes life worth living. And one of the important things to do along with this connectedness, you've heard the word mindfulness. Mindfulness is about being in the moment. So being in the here and now. is about mindfulness. You know, the human mind is always either running back or forwards. It's never here. So you need to train your mind to be mindful, to be in the here and now, and that is therapeutic. So any of you who are fond of cooking, anybody in the audience who's fond of cooking? Great. So when you're cooking, you're not thinking about other things, no? Facebook mein kya ho raha hai, who's messaged me, kiska phone aa raha hai, you know? You're deeply involved in that cooking. So it's a release. It's therapeutic. That's also mindfulness. When you're deeply engaged in an activity, you are being mindful, and that releases a lot of stress in your body. I want to, this is the last few things I want to say to you, is, you know, life is very complicated. Life is not simple. And it's, to me, one of the most important things I learned is that life needs to be lived in balance. So there is a short term and there is a long term. मतलब आज भी पैसे खर्चने, right? I want to dress well, but I don't want to spend all my salary today to dress well, right? I need to save something because I also want to take a holiday, or I want to buy the next phone that's coming out from Samsung or Apple. Okay, so it's about short term and long term. It's about working, but it's also about networking. So it's not only about spending all your time doing what is in front of you, but it's also about networking. It's not only about focus and passion, it's about respecting that whole ecosystem of yours. Do you have any respect for that ecosystem? And do you work with focus and passion? And on this I have a very simple story. Suppose you have some problem and you're going in for an operation, okay, and you've got this young surgeon who's operating on you. Would you like that surgeon to be focused on your operation, or would you like him to look at his latest feed on Facebook? Any answers? None. Obviously you want that surgeon, that doctor, to focus on whatever he's cutting and snipping inside your body, right? You don't want him looking at Facebook. Can you treat your job the same way, please? A company is paying you to do some work. Can you treat it the same way? Can you treat it like the surgeon treats you on the operating table? With full focus and attention. And respect. Okay? And once the job is done, then you have your time to do whatever you want. So coming back to life in balance. Being passionate, yet in your responses being controlled, being conscious of what is the impact of that passion on the people around you, okay? Being a leader and knowing what the challenge of that leader is, but also knowing what is on the other side. When you as a leader make a decision, how are you impacting the people in your team who are going to have to follow those decisions, okay? So be compassionate, be connected, be aware. And working hard, yet holding to your Lakshman Rekha. I always tell youngsters who are working, I said, look, your boss's job is to get the most out of you. What is your job? Is to do the job, but to make sure boss also respects what is your Lakshman Rekha. Because that's boss's job, is to make you do as much of the work as they can in as short a time as they can. But respect that Lakshman Rekha, which is very much your own. So that's all I have to say to you this morning about the various C's. I can tell you I lived in Switzerland with my daughter. We were just the two of us, and all the fingers were pointing at me. I used to drive the car, I used to buy the food, I used to work in the office, I used to cut the food, cook it, feed it, clean it, do everything. All the fingers were pointing at me, but it was great fun. And it built so much confidence in me. I became more self-dependent. So thank you so much for being a wonderful audience.
Thank you so much, Sunita ma'am. Indeed, what you witnessed was a crash course, I would say, into a masterclass of 3 decades of corporate life. Her personal life lessons, her corporate nuances, all wrapped up in a span of 40 to 50 minutes. It was fascinating insight, I would say. the 5 C's that ma'am has talked about and weaved it beautifully into the story. My takeaway would be that the 6 C's not to be followed. Please don't conform. The conformity has to be crossed. Don't conform to the societal stereotypes. Do it my way. The way the lady sitting right next to me did it. She did it her way. A round of applause for her story, her journey, and lots to learn from her. I'm sure we have lots of questions, so let's not waste any time and quickly Vanshika, please shoot your question to ma'am. I'm sure you must all be brimming with questions here for. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Vanshika and I am from University Business School, Ludhiana. My question to you is, what is the secret to building a strong and lasting brand in India as seen with more iconic brands like Maggi and Tata Tea?
So I think brand building today is, the game has fundamentally changed the way to do it. But I think the fundamentals haven't changed, which is to build a strong brand, a brand must stand for something, must mean something to that consumer, must translate into a benefit which is either physical, emotional, whichever way you want to, a solution for their living, problem-solving brand. But so the fundamental is that a brand must mean something deeply to that consumer. That hasn't changed. Now, how you build that meaning? Through stories, through all the various social media access that you have, by frequently changing those stories, by doing consumer-based stories, right? So Maggi did a lot of that when they came back. So the way to do it, perhaps, the access has changed, but the fundamentals are quite the same. And one of the key things that we always believed for brands, building strong brands, was don't chop and change just because you want to chop and change. There must be very good reason to change the basic brand proposition. Otherwise, that should remain the same.
Wonderfully put. Stick to fundamentals. Be it you, be it your brand, be it your corporate. Yes, sir. The question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Arnab Garg and I am student of PCT group of institutes. So my question is, how is the rise of e-commerce and direct-to-consumer model is reshaping the traditional retail landscape, and how should companies adapt to this change?
So, while these are the new kids on the block, right? So, quick commerce is the latest one. E-commerce has been around for quite a while. Let me tell you what the statistics are today. So, e-commerce, with everything you see around you, is not more than 10 to 12% of the overall consumer market in the country. And if you look at what quick commerce is doing, it is about 2 to 3% of the entire market. So they are very small compared to the overall market. So I think it's important to recognize that there is a clear business model here, which is based on convenience for the consumer, which is definitely going to work and grow. But I'm not saying companies should ignore that, but I'm just saying that the much larger piece is still what it used to be. And companies cannot, they cannot change that immediately, because that is going to impact a whole lot of lives, Today, when we talk about 10 million stores in the country, there are 10 million shopkeepers and maybe another 10 million helpers who are being employed there. The other thing I want to quickly mention is that while quick commerce and e-commerce have shown us the way to connect, and drones are going to accelerate that, because drones will help you to connect to parts of the country where otherwise you cannot reach. Retail stores reach into the deep, deep interiors. So I have traveled extensively in India, in a lot of the work that I've done in my corporate life, and even after that I've done some consulting projects, where literally a shop is just one window, but there's a whole family who lives from selling those small packets, okay? They make a few paisa per packet, but there's a family whose life is being supported through that, okay? So I don't think it's going to change in a hurry, but I think it's important for companies to recognize that it's a growing space. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Definitely, so well answered. Definitely recognition is a must, yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Anshul Walia from Punjab Agricultural University. And my question is, how did your time at Nestle's headquarters in Switzerland shape your strategic approach?
Very different question. I've never been asked this question before, so thank you for asking me that question. I think it showed me that while things can be very different on the surface, many things are the same across the world and across companies. So we used to have, instead of having those arguments within India, we used to have international arguments about the same things. And if there was, I thought people in India were protecting turf, the international guys were protecting turf majorly. So there were those commonalities. But you know, one of the big things that I learned was how to live in a, I mean, for me, going to Switzerland, and I'll quickly mention this, was like standing me on my head. You know, India mein sab kuch chalta hai, everything sort of flows around you. There, everything is precise. And I'm not exaggerating. If you have a parking lot and your car is parked at 5 degrees different to what it should be, there'll be a ticket on your car. Okay, so you have to be very precise in that country. And I felt initially when I went to Switzerland that someone's shut me in a cage. But very interestingly, in 3 months, I had redefined the edges of that cage and had wished they had all gone away. So it took me, that was my time to adapt to that new culture.
Thank you.
May I ask you, may I add on to it, we share the common sky across continents. What are your comments about the glass ceiling? Is it the same across in India as well as Switzerland?
Well, it's more talked about here, it's less spoken about there, but it's very much there. It was, in that time, very much there. But it's less talked about. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Palak. I am from PCT Group of Institutes. My question for you is, how can Nestle become a top chocolate brand in India, given the current position of Mondelez?
Yeah, so you know, you remind me of the time when I launched Kit Kat in India. I think this was 1994 or 5, something like that, 95 perhaps. And there was a big debate in the office, where should we choose our launch market? Should it be Delhi, should it be Mumbai? So I was a proponent for Delhi. Okay, I said, no, we must launch in Delhi. And my boss was a proponent for Mumbai. And I told him, I said, sir, you're walking into the lion's mouth. वो क्या करेगा आपको खा जाएगा वो. They'll eat us alive. You know, they won't let us succeed. Because we were new to that business. That was Mondelez, Cadbury's mainstay, right? But I was, you know, my opinion was not taken into account. We launched in Bombay. And we did a fantastic job. We covered as a company in 1 week, we called all the sales teams from wherever we needed, 10,000 shops in the city. In 6 days, we painted the city red and white with Kit Kat colors. And then we followed the consumer research which used to come to us. That was the first time in the life of Cadbury's that Cadbury Dairy Milk lost market share. Okay, and absolutely we were delighted, okay, that they lost market share. You know what they did after 3 months? Fantastic job. They launched Perk. And wherever they saw Kit Kat placed, either in a shop or in a hoarding or wherever, they posted Perk right next to it. And you know what? They got back their market share. So, I'm not sure that's a possibility at all, because for them that's their business, whereas for Nestle it's one of the businesses that Nestle does. Though I must tell you that the chocolates in Europe, they are to die for. I mean, the Nestle chocolate there is. I've been to that chocolate factory, which produces chocolate for the entire, it produces paste for the entire European business. And it's amazing. So, but I think in India the story is very much Mondelez story first.
So in the war of rivals, I believe that all the sweetness goes into the consumer's mouth. Perk and Kit Kat. Yes, a question.
A pleasant good afternoon, ma'am. I am Dia Vora from PCT Group of Institutes. My question for you is, in rapidly evolving AI technology around the world, how you build brands like Maggie to stay relevant and engage the consumers of next generation with it?
So as long as the human mouth is not led by a chip which is directed by AI, I think you'll still succeed with Maggie. So I tell you that even today, the taste maker, the taste that we launched in 1982, 6th of January, that has not changed. That tastes exactly the same. And it's a huge success. People still eat it. Even after what happened in 2015, when the brand got taken down. And that's what inspired me to write this book, because I said someone must tell the true story from the start of the product. It got back its market share. So there's something very strong in the brand and the taste, which will outdo any AI.
I believe the taste has been tied to the emotions. हमारे बचपन की यादें, हिल वाली मैगीज. Jappreet, yeah, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Jappreet from GGI Khanna. My question is, what leadership principles guided you in Metal when managing a creative yet commercially industry like toys?
So the leadership principles normally don't change with the kind of business you're doing. Your strategy may change as a business. So our strategy was different. The leadership principles are the same. And the leadership principles that I've always tried to follow are to empower, to enable, to excite, to build teams, and then to let them operate. So to inspire people to do even better than they do. To treat them with respect, to give them, to make them feel that their work, even if it was a janitor in the office, and I can quickly share an example here when I was head of HR. We used to do this is interesting, I just want to spend 2 minutes on it. When I was director HR, we used to do a meeting every month where I would get the entire team together. So even the administrative part of HR, which manages the office facilities and all that, they would all be there. And we would quickly do a knowledge exchange session. I would tell them what was happening in the company, how was the performance, etc. And then we would review our goals and our objectives, okay? And I would always start with my review, because I wanted my team to recognize that I was also, as a leader, I was not infallible. I could make mistakes, I could be behind my own timelines, I could be slow on the work that I was supposed to produce. And they knew that part of my work sat on their tables, so if I had also not performed, they knew who in the room also was not performing. So that was by design. So just a quick one on how to empower and to keep the team going. So those principles don't change. The strategy changed, and for Mattel, the toy industry is all about exciting the child. And what we did as a strategy is we built areas inside shops where children could come and experience those toys. And we found that normally whoever the consumers were for those products, they were buying deep. So if you became a consumer, you would want to buy the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Okay.
Thank you. Wow, strategy after strategy. Wish we could hear more from you, ma'am. Ashna, your question.
A delightful afternoon to you, ma'am. My name is Ashna Chhabra and I am from University Business School, Ludhiana. So my question for you is, how do you strike a balance between leveraging the consumer insights and staying ahead of the market trends?
So I think it's about using those insights to keep yourself ahead of the market and not being afraid to experiment. And I think, for companies like Nestle, for Mattel, they always had, and even Tata Tea, we had a very vibrant innovation agenda. So one of the products that we launched, and I must tell you this story, we launched an iced tea in Tata's called Tion, Tion. We launched it in Chennai. And within 3 to 4 months, we got 3% market share of that entire market, including carbonated drinks. So it was a huge success. It came from a very simple insight that tea in India is black, normal chai is black, and people, when they drink a black cold drink, they think it's Coke. So if you wanted to do an iced tea, it should not be black. It was a very simple insight. We got it by talking to a bunch of college goers. We showed them a black drink and a non-black drink, and we learned that. And so we used that insight to actually create this whole new range of drinks, and it was a huge success. So it's how you use that insight.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Devinder Singh from PCT Groups. And my question is, after the backlash of 2015 and 2021, how 2015 and 2021, how Nestle managed to reposition their products in the market?
Just to speak to the 2021, I don't think they repositioned. I think they just, I was in touch with them because I also needed some products. So they tried to keep up the supply chain as best they could. They went out of their way to try to do smaller shipments, to do storage in more places so that they could connect product to consumers despite the lockdown. In 2015, they were forced by the government's order to take away every packet of Maggi from the country. So that is what they did. They burnt, I think it was 600 crores worth of stock. And I used to cover parts of, I was working on a rural project at that time, so I used to visit the markets in rural UP. And I could see that competition was selling and dealers were waiting for the product to come. And they really suffered, the trade suffered, because they said, what Maggi did for Nestle was it expanded distribution a lot. Because otherwise, the rest of the range of Nestle was a little expensive. So Maggi was more affordable, cheap, and so it really expanded their distribution. So a lot of dealers suffered because they didn't have that business. But Nestle had to follow the law, so that's what they did. They followed the law.
Wonderful, ma'am. At the cost of sounding personal and selfish, we, especially women, are always fighting the C, that's the clock. You're always pressing for time. I just want you to end with your insight on just one topic which really concerns me is work-life balance. Ma'am, please, let's wrap it up with that. How to have that balance?
Work-life balance. I believe that it's very difficult to live a life in balance. So there's a concept I followed, because when there's work and it's your work, you just have to do it. But you lose out sometimes in terms of things that you would have liked to do at home, for the family, for friends. So I used to follow a debit-credit concept. And my concept was very simple. So if I was running in debit, I would try to make time on that weekend to add credit to that account. So if I missed a good friend's birthday, I would make sure that on a Saturday I would buy a gift and go and meet my friend. If I hadn't been to see someone who was sick, then I would try to make that time whenever I could to go and see the person. So that it's a bit of trying to bring the scale back in balance. But life is in the fast lane, it's often out of balance. But if you're conscious of it, see, you shouldn't do it mindlessly. So if you're mindful about it, you can reset the context, you can reset the balance. I think that's important.
Wow. So it's a eureka moment for us. All those who have your questions, you can use the time, the lunch time which we'll be following, and you can shoot your questions to ma'am and have a lot of insights and gains from her wealth of knowledge. It was, needless to say, it was a wonderful insight session where we learned a lot. And I am sure you agree with me. Please, let's wrap it up with a loud round of applause for Miss Sangeeta Talwar for giving us her insights into the corporate world, her personal life. Thank you so much, indeed.
Thank you, Abha. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and thank you so much for being a wonderful audience.
Thank you for sharing.
Wish you all the best. Sorry? I'm so sorry. I want to wish you all the best. So head up high, look in the mirror and tell yourself, I love that person. Look in the mirror and tell that person, you are unique, you have unique talents, you just have to find out what they are. Okay, you need to polish them, you need to, make them presentable. but I love that person, and that person is great, is going to do very well, and that person has a lot of confidence. Okay? All the best.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Now may I request Ms. Ava Sikri to present a memento to Ms. Sangeeta Talwar. I now request Mr. Amrit Rai, Membership Chair LMA, to present a memento to Ms. Ava Sikri for chairing the session. With this, we come to an end of the second session. We now break for lunch. I request of all of you to please be back in the hall at 1:40 p.m. We will restart the session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be on time.
Everybody all right? Had a good lunch? You know, after eating, one does feel a bit sleepy. It's quite understandable. But let me tell you that our next speaker, who is a very distinguished diplomat, a very senior official in the government of India, is going to be our next speaker. It is not often that you get to listen to a person with such phenomenal experience. So listen up. Ambassador Gurjeet Singh joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1980, and during his 37 years of experience has held many interesting assignments. You must understand that the Indian Foreign Service is the only government service in India which is overseas representing India, formulating, perpetuating India's foreign relations and foreign policy. It's a very privileged service in the government. Ambassador Gurjeet Singh has served as ambassador to Germany. And any one of you who understands international politics knows that Germany is an important country, definitely in Europe and also in the world. He has served as ambassador to Indonesia. And as ambassador to Indonesia, he was also the ambassador to the ASEAN. I'm sure you would know what ASEAN is. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, which comprises 10 members and a very, very successful economic grouping in the world, arguably the second most after the European Union. He was ambassador to Ethiopia, that's in the African continent, and along with being ambassador to in Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia, he was also our ambassador to the African Union. And the African Union comprises a total of 55 countries, although one country is in a bit of contention. So here you have Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, who is not an ambassador only to one country, but to 55 countries in one go, and before that to 10 different countries in one go, when you see it as an economic grouping. And he has previously, of course, served in various capacities in the Indian Embassy and High Commissions across different countries. He started his career in Japan, so that was the language that he learned as a Foreign Service officer in his early 20s, and then went on to serve in Sri Lanka, in Kenya, which has one of the 3 United Nations headquarters, There are 3 of them, one in New York, one in Geneva, and one in Nairobi. And he served in Italy. In addition to that, he has had several assignments in the Ministry of External Affairs in India, handling different desks. And that's a very pivotal kind of a position to have. But then he is not just being a diplomat, though of course being a diplomat itself is huge and massive and complete in itself, but he is an author of several books. And one of the latest books that he has that is published is The Harambee Factor, India-Africa Economic and Development Partnership. Before that, he published Opportunity Beckons, adding momentum to the Indo-German partnerships. So can you see what's going on over here? He's basically putting on record and he's putting his experiences into fine print for all of us as students of international relations and foreign policy and history and political science to learn from. He then wrote Masala Bumbur, enhancing the India-Indonesia partnership. Some of these words come across as a bit funny, just as our words also come across as a bit funny to the others. But it's very interesting if you get into the understanding of how words are formed and so on. Okay, so he wrote these books, and then he also wrote a comic book. And Ambassador Gurjeet Singh was telling us over lunch how difficult and challenging it is to write a comic book. We think comics are easy because they're all entertainment and we all have a good laugh, and then that's the end of it. But there's a huge challenge over there, and he wrote a book, a comic book, Travels Through Time, the Story of India and Indonesia. And he's also written a lot on India's engagement with Japan and Ethiopia. If any one of you read newspapers, he had an article just a few days back in the Hindustan Times regarding China and Africa. Ambassador Gurjeet Singh has not confined himself to just writing a handful of books. He writes between 6 to 8 articles a month, and each one of them have got published and continue to get published across different journals in the country and overseas. He has an abiding interest in issues of sustainable development, speaks on and contributes to economic, developmental and strategic issues to various journals and books. He focuses on India's foreign policy on Japan, the ASEAN, the Indo-Pacific, on Africa and Europe. And he is currently an honorary professor at the Indian Institute of Technology, Indore, and all of you know that the IIT is one of our Ivy League education institutions. Ambassador Gurjeet Singh introduced several Indian civil society organizations to Africa, and he continues to be engaged in the civil society organization sector, or the CSO sector. He is on the board of CSOs, foundations, schools, and is associated with the social impact investment movement in India, in ASEAN and Africa. Ambassador Gurjeet Singh chaired the CII Business Task Force on Trilateral Cooperation in Africa, including the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor with Japan. He comments on current events on TV and in journals. His report on such cooperation in 2019 focused on private sector engagement to make trilateral successful. All this just tells you how active he is. He's not just retired and sitting at home. He's probably, arguably, as busy, if not more busy, than when he was as a serving diplomat. He is associated with the social impact investment movement and is working on expanding it in Africa along with other trilateral initiatives, including with Japan for B2B engagement. He's an independent director of companies achieving social impact. He's also associated with civil society efforts through the Avishkar Foundation, and most notably is on the advisory council of the Nobel Peace Laureate Kailash Satyarthi.
And thus, he's not just about books and articles and all that, because he is a avid cinema buff. So you can ask him questions about cinemas. I'm sure he'll be, tell you very interesting perspectives. Has an interest in Indian cinema, which is both academic and historical. He is very fond of sports, including cricket. And you know what? He's a qualified umpire from the Kenya Cricket Association. So look at the versatility. He enjoys traveling, quite understandable, being in the foreign service, experiencing different cultures, cuisines, and meeting people. His commitment to enhance outreach programs in every assignment and to enlarge the agenda of engagement is well known. He is considered a business-friendly developmental diplomat. Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, who comes from a distinguished family of civil servants himself, has studied at some of the top education institutions in the country. He studied, his schooling was at Mayo College. It's called college, but it's a school, Mayo College in Ajmer, Rajasthan. Then he graduated with honors in politics from St. Xavier's in Kolkata. And he has a master's in international politics from the School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. And he's also done programs at the IIFT, at the IIMC, the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, and the Indian School of Business. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Ambassador Gurjeet Singh.
Professor Ganesh Kumar, you have been more than gracious to me. The longer your CV goes, you realize how old you have become. Sat Sri Akal, Namaste, good afternoon, Ludhiana. I am delighted to be among you. And I can particularly see that all of you are now feeling sleepy. Anybody who gives me a session after lunch, we label it as enemy action. But I love speaking to young people for the simple reason it's always good to meet the future, and I hope the future is not sleepy. It is this future which is going to take India and the world to places it has not gone. We have to make sure that we are in a world where we are not apprehensive of our pagers and our mobiles, and yet we stay safe. This seems to be the biggest challenge today. It is not sustainability, it is terrorism. I have not been to Ludhiana often except in transit. When I lived in Amritsar during the 1965 and 1971 wars with Pakistan, we used to go to Chandigarh, and Ludhiana used to be our lunch stop. So escape from Pakistan via Ludhiana was what I remember in my childhood. My grandfather, my Nanaji, was Deputy Commissioner of Ludhiana in 1937 during the time of Viceroy Lord Linlithgow. And my grandmother, Naniji, used to remember her time in Ludhiana with great affection. I don't know whether the DC lives in the same house, but our memories are of a house as told by my grandmother. What is a diplomat? A diplomat is an honest person sent abroad to lie for the good of his country. So many people think lie, jhoot bolna. The younger diplomat think lie, letna. So between lying as a jhoot bolna and to remain lazy is a huge transition in diplomacy. And it is not only Indian diplomat. When I have to speak to my other colleagues, they all said my younger diplomats are so lazy. Why were they considered lazy? Because of the internet. When I was posted in Sri Lanka with High Commissioner Dixit during the JVP LTT times,
1988, and he asked for something. We used to jump into a car despite the curfew, drive somewhere, meet people and come back and say this. That, ladies and gentlemen, if you read, is called human intelligence. When I used to ask my young officers when I was in Germany that this right-wing party AFD is coming up, go and find out something, they would come back in 15 minutes with a Wikipedia page. So this was the problem of getting young people to go out and meet people. In Japanese, the word is hikokimori, the spirit of intellectual loneliness and not social connecting, thinking social media is life. That is the problem. I do not have the experience of the previous two eminent panelists. I do not have the diversity of their lives. I have worked for 37 years in the same organization. And behind me every day there was a big board which said, Satyamev Jayate, truth always wins. But as I told you, I was sent abroad to lie for the good of my country. So this contradiction between what I am doing and what my motto is always remains in my mind. So when some perceptive people asked me, I said, if you want to understand India, you must understand that what I am saying to you is true, but the exact opposite is also true. If I say India has the largest number of millionaires in Asia, true. India has the largest number of poor people in the world, true. Both are true. So ladies and gentlemen, what we expect you as the next generation to do is to narrow this gap. Don't kill the millionaire. Make the poor come out of poverty. That is what we need to do. Now for that, we need to have the international order, you may like to call it geopolitics, to be more responsive to the requirements of India and other countries in the global south. What are our requirements? Our requirements are an equitable international order. Our requirements are that there should be justice in the world. Our requirement was that our voice should be heard. Our requirement is that don't put illegal sanctions. If we take sanctions, Iran under sanctions, Russia, these are all illegal. There is no United Nations sanction on them. United Nations sanction is on terrorists, but China keeps blocking those sanctions. These are the realities. So in all this, we are not succeeding. We are not getting an international order to our liking because the UN reform does not take place. We are not getting the benefits of globalization. Around the turn of the century, we were told, we participate in WTO better, join the climate negotiations, we will give you more money, more trade access, openness, less protectionism, more this, and you will do better. So countries like India, China, ASEAN, Brazil, all of us invested in globalization with trust. But the slightest moment, the big markets of the world come under pressure, they become protectionist. If you remember COVID, who shut down their borders first? Europe, the Americans. I'll give you an example. Germany is the only country in Europe which produces vaccines for COVID. So there was a fund called COVAX, under which everybody is supposed to contribute money so that you get vaccines to go to countries in Africa who cannot afford that vaccine. All countries contributed money. The big producers of vaccines, the Americans and the Germans, never gave a single vaccine. And they told COVAX, here's the money, go to India, buy the vaccine. You may remember at that time we had a problem, we had a shortage in India. So while we were committed to COVAX, how do you choose? Do I give it to my people? Do I give it there? And then they say this is a fair world. This is an international order which is fair. But this is what their concept of justice. In a sense, the more powerful you are, the more you can make the international order run for you. And the less powerful you are, you become a rule taker, not a rule maker. So India today, if you want to understand our foreign policy, is making the transition from being somebody told the rules to somebody trying to influence and make the things. The success of our G20 presidency last year is because we succeeded in creating a consensus on a very large number of reforms in multilateral development banks, on climate change, or many things which are contentious, and brought them all together to say this is what we should do. The path we have cleared. Now, many people told me they would like to hear some anecdotes about my life. Some people said they'd like to see what lessons I drew and whether failure had a father. So let me just pick up 3-4 anecdotes. Dr. Harpreet Kaur told me she's a pilot, so that reminded me of my days in Sri Lanka. Two of us first secretaries, Jaishankar and myself, were tasked to go and negotiate with some Tamil groups in Jaffna. And this is during the period that Indian peacekeeping force was there. And we were fighting the LTTE. So we went there by a Sri Lankan Air Force plane. From there we were taken by our military into the jungles. We did our negotiations. Next morning, our military at 6 a.m. dropped both of us at the Jaffna airport and went away. Now we are literally in no man's land. Our army has gone, the Sri Lankan Air Force is there and saying stay out till the plane comes. This is like at the Indian airport, no? Your plane is there, no, you wait till the plane comes. So we are now in a jungle situation, nobody protecting us. We were young then, we were first secretaries. Plane coming, no plane coming, sounded like Air India. But finally, that guy at the ATC said plane coming. And when the plane came, it was a Sri Lankan Air Force plane. And out came goats, potatoes, cabbage, karela. What is this? Oh, this is not a transport plane, this is a cargo plane. So how are we going to go in this plane? That plane had 2 seats. So they had a Sri Lankan brigadier who outranked us. I mean, blighter, look at your country, look at what we are doing. At least give me the seat. But every country thinks they are equal, you see. So we had to maintain that, okay, you are equal, so what's easier to me? So the brigadier and his factotum took the 2 seats. So what did Jai and I have to do? We took out a handkerchief and wiped the coat droppings from the floor, and there were 2 doors and we held on to the bars. And the pilot, madam, says, ready, I'm taking off, and start taking off. We're hanging on to that. Suddenly the pilot says, tigers on the periphery. Now this is not Ranthambore where the tiger is coming to the river. Tiger means the LTT on the periphery of the airport. So he's so scared of them that his plane takes off like this. And there's a hatch at the back. He opens the hatch. So we are holding on to that sidebar and looking down at the lovely jungle green below, hoping that my hands don't slip. Jaishankar told me, if we survive this, we'll probably live long. I am still alive. Jaishankar is the Minister for External Affairs. So we obviously survived that one. Lesson learned. Have faith in the pilot, but not in the schedule. When somebody says cargo plane is coming, do ask, does it have seats? That's the question we didn't ask. Second anecdote I can tell you, 1998, Nairobi. There are two dates forever etched in my mind, having lived in Japan for 6 years. 6th of August and 8th of August. Anybody knows why these dates are important? Anybody? Yeah, Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings. So these are sad days in my life because I have been to those places. But now the date was 7th of August and the first Al-Qaeda bombing in Nairobi took place when they blasted the American embassy. And the American embassy, as the crow flies, was 60 meters behind us. That embassy came down, a lot of people died, but the building in which we were came down on us. I was saved because I was sitting by the windows, all the glass blew in, but I had just got up 5 minutes before to go to my phone. No mobile those days, landline. And with that, these 16 windows flew in. When I went down that day, every face of people in that city was lacerated by flying glass. So it is not only pagers and mobiles which can kill you. If you have enough reverberation of building with glass, that flying glass is an instrument of extreme terror, and I have seen it. It was a horrendous sight to see. Now I had the responsibility of managing the vacation of my embassy, locking it up, securing it, sending my people home. It looks very bad to put them in your car and run when everybody is wounded. So we started that we would put one of our people with the driver and put 3 wounded Kenyans and say we are taking you to hospital. And we genuinely did that over several trips. Another important management lesson learned, work with your constituency. And if you can work with them, you will get cooperation. They were grateful to you. I managed to get my people out a little longer than I anticipated. But I think we also helped our people, the people of Kenya. Now let's move to less gory things. Fourth anecdote. In 2005, when I was posted to Ethiopia, we started implementing India's largest grant project in Africa. It was called the Pan-African E-Network Project, under which 12 Indian hospitals and 6 Indian universities were providing telemedicine and tele-education to African countries. Out of the 54 African countries, 47 signed on to that project. I had the good fortune of being the chairman of the Indian committee to implement it, because we were doing it with the African Union, which was based in Addis Ababa. Most interesting learning experience. But managing the African side was one thing. Managing the distortions on the Indian side was another. So then I learned that you need strong allies in India. So I thought to myself, who? And I realized the strongest ally was Dr. APJ Kalam. Because he had enunciated the project, it was his idea. So I would keep in touch with him. And every time I would go to India, he would see me, go over in detail of what's happening. And I had to keep telling him how we need to lower our technological expectations to make it more realistic, this, that. And I must say, anytime I had a problem, tell him, he will make the call and make sure the problem was solved. Big lesson in management I learned, that if you want to succeed, There's no point just going to the CEO or the boss. Go to the guy who had the idea. And if he says my idea can be modulated, then your idea will be modulated. Finally, let me come to Germany. After the Make in India program was launched in 2015, I went to Germany in 2016. And I got a program called Make in India Mittelstand. Mittelstand are the German technology champion companies. Out of 2,500 technology champions in the world, half are in Germany. Typically, a Mittelstand is what we would call a medium-sized company, but they don't have our financial restrictions. We can be a very rich company, but generally family-owned and family-operated. But high technology, normally in remote parts of Germany. They were funded by local banks. So you can't talk to Deutsche Bank and get details about them. So the only way to find out about them was to go there. And I got Government of India to support us to hire consultants, immigration lawyers. Amitabh Kant was mentioned earlier, he helped me a lot in my batchmate. Shaktikant Das, who is now governor of RBI, is also my batchmate. He was finance secretary. These guys were very helpful. It helps, the network helps. At that time, almost all the secretaries to government were my batchmate. You could make a call and say, can we do this? Didn't always succeed, but we did. So, we got about 150 million euros invested in 1 year by German Mittelstands only on the basis of this hand-holding that my embassy did. And we would give them advice, we would hold events, they come talk to us. They were not promotional events, they were problem-solving events. Give me a proposal, I'll help you. Somebody said I can't get land, we'll help you with the state. Then we would say, this state is being more helpful, go there. And that kind of thing. So, we have NSE and BSE, there they had something called MDAX. MDAX is not the big thing, but the SME exchange. We studied that exchange and found which companies had not gone to India. And then we put all our human resources together and said, go and chase these companies wherever they are. And I want to know why they are not going to India. So I think out of those 57 companies who had not gone, I think 8 or 9 went more. So I think we have got about 30 companies from that MDAX into India now. Not bad. 4 different examples I gave you, 4 different learnings, same job, no increment, same salary. Nobody asked you, you want a bonus? Nobody. So when my son was taking a job and going to work in the United States after I had spent $250,000 on his education and takes a job with some small startup to improve his carbon credit trading system. So I said, is that what you taught? He said, but this is what you taught me. You worked for 37 years on a job which evidently underpaid you. So I said, but look at the satisfaction he gave me. He said, yeah, Pop, I am getting that out of my job. And I realized, let the kids do what they want. It doesn't matter. And as I heard Mr. Rekhi say, don't look for the money. Look for the satisfaction and do it well. And if you do it well for public good, I think you would have attained the circle of nirvana. It is a practice. 5 minutes more. What do we do today? The world is not on our side. India prefers a multipolar world in which we count. But all the other poles are caving in. Russia is caving in. ASEAN is becoming acolyte of China. Japan, Australia, all think Americans are the greatest. The Americans have banged the Europeans into NATO. So you are looking at a bipolar world, not a happy situation. So every effort India makes is to create a multipolar option. But who do you trust? You go to Russia and say, see, I am not criticizing you. I will create peace with Ukraine. We are very grateful to you, the Russians say. And today if you read the paper, the Russians tell Pakistan, oh, we'll be happy to bring you to BRICS. So there is no trust. International politics does not run on unabated trust. It is a transactional process. Anybody from Ghana here? No. I'll tell you the story of Ghana. When Ghana was brought to the Bandung conference in 1955, 2 years before they became independent, Pandit Nehru introduced them to the world. The Gold Coast, as Ghana was known, was not independent. Pandit Nehru said, no, this will be an independent country of Ghana. So Ghana was very grateful, as always, for India. In 1962, when China attacked India, Ghana, which was a part of the non-aligned movement and China was not, gave a written letter of support to China about attacking India. Now, if we did not learn this lesson of transactionalism in 1962, something is wrong with us. I'm very happy there are so many African students here today. The best development cooperation that Africa gets is out of India. That is why Indian cooperation is respected. It is because Indian cooperation and investment creates the most jobs in Africa from all partners. It brings the fewest expatriates. It transfers the most technology. It enters the SME sector and contributes to local and regional trade. Now these are big things for Africa. This is what helps the Africa Continental FTA to succeed when it will. India does not tell them what your priorities are. India says, tell me your priorities and I'll come with. That is how India works. But India has $12 billion of soft loans in Africa. India's trade with Africa is over $100 billion. Indian investment in Africa is about $73 billion. And most of this investment comes from small and medium enterprises who are not members of CI, FICCI. You don't know them. I know people from Punjab who have invested in Africa and nobody here knows them. So this is different from China, from the United States, Europe, everywhere. That is why the world wants to talk to us about what is called trilateral cooperation. That was in my introduction, trilateral. That we want to sit on your shoulder and go to Africa because you are better accepted. And we will come with you. That is why everybody wants to come, Japan, the GIZ of Germany. But Africa has changed. African leaders are not independence leaders who remember Mahatma Gandhi or the African National Congress or whatever. So that period has gone. Then there was a period when we said, okay, you support us against cross-border terrorism, meaning Pakistan, and support us for a permanent seat in the UN Security Council. All African countries signed it. This is called the low-cost option. Pakistan doesn't matter in Africa, so if you're criticizing them, nobody cares. If India ever had to get into the UN Security Council, Africa was not going to help us. We had to fight our own way, and when an election ever took place, maybe they would vote for you. But no harm giving it, so it's not something which is happening. So, how do we deal with Africa? After all, 54 votes in the United Nations. You deal with them transactionally. You stop. We have done the Pan-African E-Network project in 47 countries. We have given soft loans of $12 billion in 42 countries. So my consistent advice to the government is do nothing for Africa. Do it for African countries who matter to you. and who will do something for you transactionally. I need a vote, I'll do this for you. That is how everybody else is doing it. Why are you searching for the African heart and mind? Last point. Having said all this, the ultimate aim of politics is ideal social organization. So you must implement the sustainable development goals. If you go the government route, then you'll have to do what I'm saying, the transaction. But if you go the private sector route, it is business. It is not transaction. The business will only go to those countries which give you the right ambience. In Eastern Africa, people prefer Kenya and Rwanda. They don't like South Africa. They prefer Mozambique and Namibia. So these preferences are there. Indian government should support the private sector. We do it from the Avishkar Africa Fund, where we support a large number of entrepreneurs to come with African ideas and set up small companies which will achieve the SDGs. The same thing we do in India. We have been doing the Sankalp Africa Summit in Nairobi for 11 years, every February. And our Sankalp Global Summit in India is now becoming Sankalp Bharat, and now it will move to Varanasi. I advise you all to just take a look on the internet to the Sankalp Forum, and you will see what are we trying to do. We are trying to tell young people like you, take the path to entrepreneurship, not to UPSC. Become job creators, not job seekers. And then you will realize that through impact, if you make a company implementing SDGs and making the impact, you will make the world a better place. And that is where we started off. What are we trying to do? Make this world a better place. So ladies and gentlemen, I commend to you in your future, put your heart and mind to make this world a better place. Thank you for your patience.
How was that? How many of you students have ever listened to an Indian Foreign Service officer speak? Any one of you have had that experience? Okay, I notice about 3-4 hands. So for the rest of you, this is your first ever experience and will remain your first. I'm sure you will listen to a lot in due course, but this is and will remain your first ever experience. So we've had a wonderful insight into Ambassador Gurjeet Singh's professional life, interesting anecdotes, and let me tell you, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Because he would have so many more anecdotes to narrate, some which he can tell publicly, and there would be many that he cannot tell publicly or even otherwise for that matter. That will just go with him as it does with many others. So I thought I would take advantage of my position as a session chair and ask an opening question, set the ball rolling before we get our students to ask questions. So sir, you mentioned about Africa and you talked about the realities or the realism or the real politic in which the world exists. So why is it, in your view, that the African countries, in fact, a lot of other countries outside even the African continent, continue to engage with China despite its insidious record of debt trap? Is it corruption? Is it a myopic vision? Or is it something else? If you could shed some light. Thank you.
Thank you. So African countries require $1 trillion to improve their infrastructure. And they're not getting it from anywhere. If you try and go to the Western countries or the World Bank, you are going to get a lot of environmental impact assessment requirements. The Chinese don't ask questions. They say, oh, great project, my company will do it, this is the money I will lend, and to keep you out of the IMF ambit, I will not ask for a sovereign guarantee, but I will charge you a higher interest rate. So this is how they escape international scrutiny. The African country is keen to get money from anybody who gives it, even from India. But we are still working within the IMF framework of debt sustainability. The Chinese are not. So right now they went to China, but before that they were in Korea, they were in Indonesia a few days before that, they went to Russia. Russia didn't give them anything. So they go everywhere because their demands are so huge. And in the overall context of the US versus China, they don't want to take a side. So when the US says come, they go. When the Chinese say come, they go. The Chinese investments and loans have a problem. They don't have a business plan. So getting the loan repaid is a big problem because if they build a train, it doesn't make money. And the same goes with their highways. In Kenya, there's a beautiful highway from the airport to the town. Wonderful. And has a toll. But hardly anybody uses it. People still go on the crowded route. So same is what happens when people go to China, that they don't mind the problem, but so long as they get the cash flows.
Right, thank you. So we'll have a first question from one of our students. Karan, would you like to go first? Here's the mic.
Thank you very much, sir. So my name is Karan Singh and I am from Gulzar Group of Institutes. And my question towards you is, sir, how can India improve its relations with competitive global powers like USA, Russia and China while maintaining its own securities and interests?
Each one is different. Had Russia not invaded Ukraine, this whole challenge on Russia would not have come. So it's nothing that India did to lower our relationship with Russia. Russia lowered its own international space, and which we are finding constriction. To the United States, I think we were quite ready to engage with them and join the Quad and this and that. But the manner in which they ran from Afghanistan without asking us, suddenly you realize that this cooperation with them is not across the globe. It's only for the Indo-Pacific. Afghanistan, Pakistan, they still do their own thing. Now Bangladesh, they're doing their own thing. So that something is not clear to us. The red lines of India-US cooperation geostrategically are unclear. Yes, defense-wise they are cooperating with us, though the jet engines are delayed, that kind of thing happens. But things are going on one track, which is good, but no. China is another different cup of tea. It is again the ifs and buts of history. Had China not intruded in Ladakh in 2020, other way of looking at it, had we been better prepared to prevent that, our policy with China would have continued the way it was. This hostility would not have been there. So sometimes things happen which change the status quo, for which often we are not prepared. So we have to evolve new policy. So I think in the case of Russia and China, we are definitely evolving new policy, and after the elections in the USA, I think we'll have to recalibrate our policy because both Trump and Harris are different cups of tea. Thank you.
Definitely, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Right, Ridhima, you want to go next?
A very good afternoon, sir. My name is Ridhima Kaushal from Khalsa Institute of Management and Technology, and my question is related to your book, The Harambee Factor. What inspired the Harambee Factor, in which you signifies the power of cooperation in Indian-African economic and development participation?
Thank you for asking this. I'm glad you know about the book. Harambe is a Swahili word for cooperation. Some people think that it comes from Har Ambe. When the first Indians came in the 19th century and they used to pull heavy loads to build the railway, they used to say Har Ambe. And when their Kenyan friends joined in, then Har Ambe slowly became Harambe. But Harambe has a different meaning. It means we pull together, we cooperate, we contribute. So I think that is the spirit behind India-Africa. Why the book was written is because whenever I tried to research India-Africa economic relations, it always led to research on India-China. There was no research on India. India-Africa was a corollary to India-China. So I wanted to do something to bring an independent book In fact, my whole book, China, is hardly mentioned, except to say this book is not about China, not only about India. So I tried to put in everything about India which I knew, and I knew at least 10 years worth of what India had done. So that was the reality. Thank you.
Aryan, would you go next? Good afternoon, sir. My name is Aryan Sardana and I am from Punjab Agricultural University. My question is, what is the role of cultural diplomacy in strengthening India's international partnerships, particularly in relation to ASEAN and Africa?
Cultural diplomacy has undergone a change. Normally, when we talk of culture, you think of Ramayana, Mahabharata, you think of dance, drama, Bollywood, things like that. But today, digital UPI, which Mr. Rekhi spoke about, that is a big thing. He had mentioned India Stack. India Stack cooperation is already happening with 12 countries in the global south. Today, this is considered part of the socio-cultural diplomacy. Many things like that. Now, cultural diplomacy works at times of peace, when you bring things together. I remember when I did a Festival of India in Indonesia. So I said, I want no prima donnas. I want to take people to university ground, like your ground out, and I want our people to dance there so that the students can mingle with them. So we took a Bhangra group to some of these Islamic universities where all the girls wore hijab, jilbab, right? And when they danced, they were mocked by all these girls. So this rector was a staunch Islamic scholar. He said, I have never seen Muslim girls behave like this before. And the dance was so captivating. In another Islamic university in Makassar, I asked this All India Radio group, I said, before you conclude, play Kuch Kuch Hota Hai. And they played Kuch Kuch Hota Hai and 1,000 girls got up and danced. So, it is not that there is already something happening. I still remember when we did the first International Day of Yoga, 2015. We didn't know how many people will come because it was Ramadan period, early morning people are eating and fasting. Why will they come? So, the Mahabharata serial was very popular in Indonesia. I got the Pandavas, Krishna and Karna, the 7 fellows, to come and say, you will sit on the stage with me and you will do yoga. And we advertised, the Mahabharata comes to do yoga. So that got us a lot of people who, I don't know whether they came for yoga or they came to see these fellows, but it was great fun seeing this fat team trying to do yoga. But that's cultural diplomacy. You pick the cultural idiom. I still think the best cultural ambassador for India is Shah Rukh Khan. You take him anywhere and you can have unhindered crowds. So you have to modulate. In India, people say, what? He said, but this is the reality. So best I found cultural diplomacy, do it outside government. If you go to government, you will get the same. He is a famous dancer, nobody wants to see that. Young, you want to connect to young people, do something Instagrammable. That is important. So I remember one other thing. On 15th of August, we created this. We got the best Balinese dancer and her group and connected her to an Indian dancer, and they mixed the two dances and they did a program called Arjun Divya Shakti. Till today that program is remembered. That how Balinese and Indian dance, it was Bharatanatyam, came together and performed the Mahabharata. So you have to find ways like that. The other good thing which works well is all these gurus. You take Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, you take Sadhguru, you take whoever. Oh, crowds will come. So people say, why are you doing this? No. Let them say, just give me 5 minutes to say my pitch. So I won't get that big a crowd anywhere else.
Wow, that's very interesting. We had the examples given by Madam Sangeeta Talwar regarding Kit Kat and Burke, and then there was another example as well. And here is another one. You know, that was about selling a particular product, a consumer product, and this is about showcasing your country and your culture. So just for the students, all of you, there are basically three forms of power: military, political military, economic, and soft. So what Master Gurjeet Singh has just talked about is a form of soft power, which permeates, gets into your lifestyle, your thought process, your emotions. Right, that's very interesting. If I may just interject and ask you another question, sir, which is that India has for several years now, despite trying in vain, not been engaging with Pakistan. Does it matter that we don't? Is it that we should?
As a private diplomat, I believe that there should be no permanent cutty with any country. You have to deal with it. But sometimes the circumstances are not right. So Pakistan is viewed in India primarily as a state sponsoring terrorism in India. There is no current sense that this would be an economic partner. There is no current sense that Farida Khanum dead, Noor Jahan dead, all those legends, but not popular, that idiom, not popular anymore. So, who do you engage with? Who do you do a jappi pappi with? That generation has gone. So, it is much more difficult to overcome this cleavage unless the primary satisfaction that India seeks of stopping cross-border terrorism is here. That is where we are at. We don't even have ambassadors in each other's countries. We don't play cricket matches together. Each time a Pakistani team has to come somewhere, we say we'll play in UAE or we won't give you a visa. So these are the realities of real politics. Pakistan would like to play the people's card because they are playing a bad government card. We don't want to play the people card because our people get very infused that I want to buy Pakistani clothes, I want to buy Pakistani fashion, this we need, I think consciously it is being separated.
Thank you. I can hear some noises at the back. Could you please settle down, please? Fatima, would you like to ask a question?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Fatima from PCT Group of Institute. So here is my question that I want to ask you, which is, how does India's relationship with China affect its relationship in Africa and Southeast Asia?
Thank you. You are from Gambia, right? You know, I've actually been to that country. It's a very small country. I went for the first time in 2002, and then I went for an African Union summit in 2006. So, in regard to a question, let me tell you, in 2006 when I went to the African Union summit, China was not diplomatically recognized by Gambia. Gambia had diplomatic relations with Taiwan. So the Chinese ambassador at that African Union summit was the Taiwanese ambassador, who the rest of Africa didn't recognize. But since then, Gambia has switched, and I think out of originally 12 African countries, today there's only one, Eswatini, which still maintains relations with Taiwan. Everybody else has gone to China, because China has much deeper pockets. If you want to compare India and China, China has much deeper pockets, much larger, double the trade. Their loans are bigger than ours, but their investment is not bigger than ours. Private investment from India is far more. People-to-people relationship far more. It is not government controlled, it is free relationship. More people come to India for medical tourism than go to China. The Indian relationship with Africa is much older. It starts in the 19th century, when China was not there. And it is people to people led. When Mahatma Gandhi landed in Lamu in Zanzibar, they were running an Indian administration with the Indian penal code and the Indian rupee. So, people to people, private sector to private sector, heart to heart, the Indian relationship is much more. But in recent years, particularly after 2000, when China created the FOCAC, Forum for China, they have put in much more money and invited many more Africans. The trade has moved. So they are a very cogent. But when I was ambassador to the African Union, and some journalists would ask me this, they used to often say, China does more, India does better. As I said, because we transfer more technology, we create more jobs. So we are smaller, but better. China bigger, some problem. For instance, the Nairobi railway to Mombasa, none of the manuals are in English, they're all in Chinese. Whereas an Indian machine guy would always give it to you in English. There's problems there. So I hope that we are different.
Thank you. Ashna, you want to go next?
A pleasant afternoon to you, sir. My name is Ashna Chavra and I am from University Business School, Ludhiana. So my question for you is that what strategies should India adopt to strengthen its relationships with the countries in the Indo-Pacific region?
This strategy is called strategic autonomy. One time called non-alignment, but when you're aligning yourself with the USA, you can't call it non-alignment. Then you call it multi-alignment, uni-alignment. The failure of the United Nations leads countries to form plurilaterals. Plurilateral means a bilateral 2 countries, trilateral 3 countries, more than 3 but less than all plurilateral. When it's almost all multilateral. So plurilateral. Quad is plurilateral. AUKUS. You know AUKUS? America, UK, US, plurilateral. But with Japan, we have a very stable relationship for long. With Australia, we have a bad relationship. But strategically, when they came together in the Quad, so Japan-India relations are good, leads to Indo-Pacific and the Quad. India relationship with Africa, with India, not good. You know, remember how badly they beat us in cricket also. So now they don't. They are strategically do better. So after Indo-Pacific and after Quad, India-Australia relations getting better. We even have a trade agreement. The United States is one of the most unsteady partners. They are ally partners of Australia, Korea and Japan, not us. For us, we are only a market. But they need us to stabilize the Indo-Pacific with regard to China. And they know that they can't do it alone. The Japanese or Australians can't do it alone. It is the might of the Indian Navy and its efficacy which is important. Today, it is not taking on the Chinese, but it is providing humanitarian resistance and disaster relief. It's called HADR. This is the mind winner in Africa or in Southeast Asia. So at any given moment, Indian naval ships are deployed in the Indian Ocean, in the South China Sea. If there is a volcano, tsunami, flood, earthquake, you see the speed with which Indian relief reaches. This is where we win on what are called non-traditional threats. That is where, so we are working on that. Work for public good with ASEAN, with Africa. Don't tell them China is bad. Just tell them we can do this for you. And if they want to work with you, fine. You want to work with China, fine. So we are working that way. What the Americans want us to do is tell the ASEAN and Africans China is bad. That we are not falling under.
Very interesting. Madhav,
good afternoon, sir. I am Madhav from Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana. Sir, I wanted to ask, according to you, how do you see the current geopolitical environment impacting business operations? and how should companies adapt to tackle such changes?
Thank you. So I will make 3 quick points. One, the challenge of re-globalization. I told you globalization turned out to be a cheating. They shut down whenever they wanted, open when they wanted. So we who invested in globalization suddenly can't promise you everything. You remember under Trump, the GSP was removed. So we could do nothing. Even though strategically we are aligned, we could not get him to, even the other day if you heard his statement, he was actually saying India is the biggest abuser of trade preferences, and then he said, oh, but Modi is a great man. That's Trump. The Europeans are no better. We are more likely to have an FTA with Britain than with Europe because the Europeans they want that we should import small European cars at the same duty as we charge our cars in India. Now, when India has attracted so much foreign investment into the small cars, why would we do that? Will they do that to our whiskey? They won't. So, it doesn't. The European trading negotiations are fought by interest groups and they are not strategic in nature. That is another big problem. And the final problem is the Americans decide when they want to place sanctions and they put. Now, when they sanctioned Iran, we were buying a lot of oil from Iran at cheap rate, couldn't. They sanctioned Russia. We found a way out to buy oil. They're all very angry with us. Got it. But today, we are having a lot of problems in Russia because we have so many rupees and we can't use American dollars. So, one of the challenges is, can India set up non-dollar trading arrangement with its leading trading partner? Our leading trading partner, USA, not possible. China, yuan trade. ASEAN, UAE, Africa. That should be our aim, to have non-trading. With Africa, we are trying rupee trading. With ASEAN, we are trying something. But politically, we can't do yuan. But again, I say, had we not allowed the Chinese to intrude in Ladakh, and this policy didn't have to change, perhaps by now we could have allowed yuan to be. But these are ifs and buts of history. But these are our needs.
Thank you, sir.
Right, so if I could ask a question about nearer home, which is that the Chinese recent aggression, when I say recent, we're now looking at 4 years ago, 2020, caught us by surprise. So, 2 questions over here. Number one is that, why did they suddenly change stand? I mean, did they suddenly change stand, and if so, why? And secondly, is it a Xi thing? Is it all about Xi Jinping? Is it about him? Or is it that after he goes, perhaps things might change?
I think international politics, particularly with your neighbors, should not be couched with optimism. You must prepare for the worst case scenario, and when you discuss that worst case scenario, choose the worst case options. That is the way you should plan. In the case of China, what is clear? China does not see the Asian century in which India and China will together grow. No, it is a Chinese century, and India has to cow down. That is what they do. General attitude, the Americans are ready to cow down. What are you? Second, the border is unsettled. That means they can choose at any time to intrude and embarrass. And we have been embarrassed adequate number of times. Why are we not able to defend our border? You ask the army, oh, it's too big a border. All right, let's leave. But what it seems, the Chinese seem to come in whenever they want. And this is what they did in Ladakh. Why did we not defend it adequately? It took us some time to move through this. Because we believe that in COVID they will not do anything. I don't know how you believe this. See the way they are behaving in the South China Sea. See they are behaving with Japan. Why are we special? So we must prepare for that. And the Chinese are essentially untrustworthy as a neighbor. Now, whether they're Xi or this, like often people say, 11, either they're 12, 13, or I have no difference. It'll all be the same. Because India and China, whatever government in India, whatever government in China, are going to remain friends. But the good part is, if other day I saw this chart, the world in 2030, and all countries, population, economic size, in one corner up there is India. So I said, why are we in that corner? But they said, you by 2030 are the most rapidly expanding population and the most rapidly expanding economy. So this whole world needs to put its head up and look there. But that is where India is.
Right, that's very optimistic. That's very encouraging. So, Khushi, you want to go next?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Khushi. I am from PCD. My question for you is, having represented India in diverse regions in Africa, Europe, and Southeast Asia, what diplomatic strategies work in such varied environment?
In every country, diplomacy is different. In Indonesia, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata work very well. In Brunei, next door, not so well. In Kenya, when you stop at a red light at night, you don't roll your window down and try and move as quickly as possible because you could be car hijacked. In Ethiopia, we would happily stop at a red light. Some guy would come, he would even roll our window down and he would say, Salam Babuji. Neighboring countries, different reactions. So when the reactions are so different, she's from Gambia, same tribe as Senegal. But Senegal speaks French and heavy French is fluent. They are Gambians, they are English speaking. I think India does much more with them than we do with Senegal. But culturally, thoughts are different. So it's very difficult to generalize. In my book, Harambe Factor, I showed that where did we succeed? What was the reason? It was not contiguity. It was commitment and ownership of projects. And my next book is on India and ASEAN, where again I've shown how there is a diversity of opinion and how you need to engage with diversity.
Last but not the least, Nancy.
Very good afternoon, sir. I am Nancy from Khalsa Institute for Management and Technology. I would like to ask your thoughts on how can Indian private sector gain more from diplomatic relationship through business and trade?
Thank you. In 1991, when Indian liberalization came, I was picked up from Sri Lanka and sent back to Japan for my second assignment, this time to head the economic and commercial wing. And this time I found that the Japanese companies were so responsive and interested. The same thing I found in Germany in 2016 for Make in India. So today, doing economic things is the most important job of an Indian diplomat. I think Prime Minister Modi recently told Ambassador that there are three things I want you to do. First, promote tourism from your country to it. Second, find out which technology your country has, which we don't have and we need, and go for it. Third, find out what complementarity of exports. So I think more effort. Same formula can't apply everywhere. I mean, so many Indian tourists go to Maldives. Maldives are not going to come in that way to India or technology. Every country, but here the broad trust you undertake. So, but I think I would add one to that. India has a lot of scholarships, and India's most successful development cooperation program is called ITEC, India Technical and Economic Cooperation. See the website. The $1 billion program. In my book, when I did the research, I found the best brand of India, which is recognized in Africa, is ITEC. So many people remember it that they come to India under ITEC. And that is the brand under which India has touched the heart of ordinary Africans and worked with them on training programs, crash courses, radiology, you name it, it's amazing. So I think this is where functional and economic cooperation, India must focus, and that will get you much better dividends over a longer period. I'll give you another example. You look at Sri Lanka abusing us till 2022. Look at Maldives abusing us last year. They came running, help us. Maldives coming now. So India doesn't laugh at them. They say, yeah, sorry, no, we help you. So economics is in command. Strategy will take backseat, particularly in your own area.
Thank you so much, sir.
Well, all good things come to an end. As they say, I wish we could have carried on because there were so many more questions that we could have asked. So thank you very much, students, for your patience and for listening. Thank you, young men and young ladies and men over here, for your questions. And so thank you very much for a wonderful session. It was absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Now may I request Mr. Dinesh Kumar to please present a memento to Ambassador Gurjeet Singh. I request Ms. Swati Nagrang Goyal, Co-Women Chair, LMA, to present a memento to Mr. Dinesh Kumar for chairing the session, please. I request everyone to please continue to be seated as we begin the last session of the day.
Please continue to be seated. There is no break in between the two sessions. The panelists for the next session, please be together. We are just starting in the next 1 or 2 minutes. Please continue to be seated. Thank you. We begin our fourth session of the day with Mr. Jayant Krishna, former CEO, ED and COO, National Skill Development Corporation, PM's Skill India Mission, Group CEO, UKIBC, founding CEO, Fast India, as the speaker, and Mr. Amit Jain, Managing Director, Shingora Textiles Private Limited, as the senior chair. Before we request our dignitaries to be seated on the dais, I would request the student panelists to please be seated. So please be seated, thank you. The student panelists, please join us on the stage.
वो ऐसे कैसे जाए बाहर जाने
Before I hand over the proceedings to Mr. Amit Jain, I would like to introduce him. Mr. Jain is the Managing Director, Shingora Textiles Private Limited. Mr. Jain worked at J. Peterman Company, Lexington, USA, as a trainee in the senior year and continued work there as a quality executive, helping set up a quality manual for the organization. Upon returning to India, he joined the family enterprise as a product development head. He set up a modernist weaving, dyeing and printing facility and turned it into a technology and system-driven modern enterprise. Mr. Amit Jain is a Bachelor of Science in Merchandising, Apparel and Textiles, minor in Business Studies, University of Kentucky, Lexington, USA. His few memberships include Vice Chairman of State Council, Confederation of Indian Industry Punjab, founding member of YPO Punjab chapter. I now hand over the proceedings to Mr. Jain.
Thank you so much. So guys, I know this is the end of the day. We will promise and try not to bore you guys and keep you all excited and interested. My friends at the back of the hall, can you see us well, hear us well? Can I get a nice round of, a nice shout? Can I? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So if you all allow me, can I start our session now? Thank you so much. So guys, I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Jayant Krishna. Mr. Krishna has made a stellar contribution to India's skill development sector as well as the technology space over a distinguished career of 38 years across industry, government, non-profits and think tanks. Mr. Krishna has led key initiatives of the Prime Minister's Skill India Mission as CEO and as ED and COO of the National Skill Development Corporation, focusing on policy formulation and implementation, including the rollout of the world's largest skilling initiative, the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas for youth at the bottom of the pyramid. During the last decade, he has championed apprenticeship reforms and that resulted in a new act being passed in the parliament. Friends, I must tell you, very rare for me to talk to people who influence the parliament and the government policy. So I really hope and wish that all of you pay good attention to what Mr. Krishna has to share with us. He has worked extensively with the advisor to the Prime Minister of India over the last 5 years. He also has served as the chairman, Government of India's Special Task Force on Apprenticeship Rationalization. He was the co-convener of Niti Aayog's Task Force on Enhancing Employability in Higher Education, member of University Grants Commission Task Force on Institutional Development. He has contributed to a new framework for the higher education institutes under the new education policy. Mr. Krishna has held multiple C-level roles over the last 15 years, including the Group Executive Officer of UK India Business Council, the Executive Director of a Silicon Valley non-profit, multiple roles at TCS, Tata Consultancy. He has been the founding CEO and Foundation of Advancing Science and Technology India. He has led the effort for transformational reforms in the Indian science and technology landscape and continues to be its distinguished fellow. He was a group CEO and led the UK IBC, the UK India bilateral economic. It's the Business Council. Sorry, by strengthening the UK India bilateral economic ties. Senior fellow at the US India Policy Studies at Center of Strategic and International Studies, a top ranking think tank based in Washington DC. I can go on and on, kids, but I think what I definitely want to say is that when I grow up, I want to have a resume like this. So I don't want to take any more time away from Mr. Krishna, and I would like to hand over the mic to Mr. Krishna to kind of share his life experiences, take us through his journey, and then we'll kind of open this up to Q&A. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Amit. Do I speak from here or there? What's the format? The speakers have been speaking from there or here? Wherever. All right. Okay. So you'll have to be silent. I'll start, and my time will start only if there is a pin drop silence in the auditorium.
And I promise that I'll keep a time check so that he doesn't go
Can you stop? But yeah, that's good. All right. Thank you, Amit, for a long introduction. It almost sounded like a matrimonial CV, but believe me, it's coming 32 years too late. It doesn't do me any good, you know. So yeah, so sometimes when I'm invited to a forum like this to share my life journey, it's not easy at all, because sometimes I wonder what I have done. Am I a consulting guy? I'm a technology guy. Am I a think tank person? Am I a non-profit person, or a government of India officer? A bureaucrat kind of a person. So perhaps it's all rolled into one. All the lateral entry that you talk about today, coming into the government. I also sort of had a lateral entry after a long innings with Tatas. So I grew up in a family in a very, very cultured city called Lucknow. So people like Firaq Gorakhpuri from the nearby Allahabad, Begum Akhtar, Amritlal Nagar, all these people, KP Saxena, they were all part of my growing up years. And everything at the home was, there was an environment of openness at home, a very, very inclusive environment. My father was a public sector senior manager. My mother was a professor of economics at a college. I had a very blessed upbringing, there is no doubt about it. Good education, not that we had loads of money, but a very, very comfortable lifestyle, and a lot of focus on education in a very cultured environment, I grew up, I started my journey in a co-ed education, a co-ed school, and which I feel was very, very important, because the difference between men and women, boys and girls, and the fact that they have to talk seamlessly, engage seamlessly, it came very naturally to us before I moved to Colvin Talukidar's College. And I was happy later in my life to get a British Chevering scholarship to study at the University of Leeds, at the Leeds University Business School. And that, I would say, was a turning point for my life. In Tata's, I started my journey with Tata Sons. So in early 90s, the most transformative changes which have happened in India in the last 77 years of independence have been in the year 1991, when Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was the finance minister at that point of time, he embarked upon economic reforms and the path of liberalization. And the big four consulting firms which we had in the country, they had only their accounts and audit practices and not their consulting practices. And a lot of multinational companies were knocking the doors of the country. They wanted to figure out, what kind of, do some kind of a SWOT, do some kind of environmental analysis, figure out what should be their market entry strategy for a country like India, which is opening up. And therefore Tata's thought it's an important time to set up a consulting practice, and I was a part of 250 strong management consultants headquartered in Bombay, and had the privilege of working with a lot of MNCs, a lot of World Bank and UN agencies funded studies and so on and so forth. Then I moved into TCS. Today TCS may be the largest IT company, not only in India but whole of Asia, IT services company, and among the global top 10 companies worldwide. But the fact is, when I had joined, people didn't know what TCS stood for, what the acronyms stand for. And today it may be the country's largest market cap company or second largest market cap company. That rank keeps changing. But those were the days when technology was not known, people didn't know. My mother used to ask me, who was such an educated woman herself, "Tum log banati kya ho? Software dikhta to kahin hai nahi." So what exactly you manufacture? What do you produce that fetches you millions and billions of dollars all over the world? So I joined that, and I worked very closely with Mr. F.C. Kohli, who was the father of the Indian IT industry and the first CEO of TCS. So I did multiple roles. I was the regional manager for London. I was the regional director for UK and Ireland. I was the director for their, that time there was a life sciences and healthcare was a common practice which I looked after. I was also, the global relationship manager for one of their key accounts, which during my tenure became among the top 5 customers of TCS worldwide, based headquartered in London. British Airways, I worked for them as a TCS person, as a business relationship manager. Number of things, I did. But which gave the role that gave me maximum satisfaction is the passport seva transformation, which was driven out of my delivery center. Because those of you, you're very young, you have not have gone to a passport office of the earlier era, where a citizen of India used to be ashamed. Going for a passport used to be ashamed the way, you had to beg, you have to do all kinds of things before you can get a passport. And today you are treated like a human being. It's such a seamless and fast process. So the entire business transformation, the software development happened in a global delivery center that I headed, kind of a thing. And then what changed the direction of my life was in the year 2007 or 8, when late Professor C.K. Prahlad, who was from the University of Michigan, he was invited by Dr. Manmohan Singh as the Prime Minister, and he said, what kind of changes you want in India, what kind of reforms, what kind of changes should India have if, when independent India becomes, 75-year-old in the year 2022, And he said lots of things. We need to reform this, we need to have as many Nobel laureates, we have to improve the ease of doing scientific research in the country, we have to liberalize more, the next generation of reforms have to happen. We need 500 million skilled people, that's 50 crore skilled people, So that I thought that was a very, very good turning point in the year 2007 or 8 time frame. That I started developing. Now in TCS, along with my business roles, I was given a responsibility to look after the CSR, the corporate social responsibility. And my CEO told me very clearly, you have to do it beyond the office hours. Which means no, business as usual will happen during the office hours, and then you can do whatever it is. But I found so much of interest from one of the adult literacy programs that we had, where we started donating second-hand computers which were not good for our professional to use, but very good for 4 or 5 years for next set of people to use. And we digitized the entire National Literacy Mission's adult education program and adult literacy program, actually, the National Literacy Missions, and reduced the total number of hours required for an illiterate person to become literate from 200 to 40 to 50, that kind of a difference. And lots of districts in the country, they become 100% literate using that software and the computers donated by us. So that C.K. Prahlad, and followed by this, was a turning point. The third major point came when the former CEO of TCS, Mr. Ramadurai, he retired, and he was picked up by Dr. Manmohan Singh as his advisor. He and Nandan Nilekani both were given the cabinet rank, Nandan for Aadhaar, and Mr. Ramadurai was given a cabinet minister's rank to drive the country's skill development mission. And at that time there was no ministry, so skill development used to happen in 20 different ministries, little bit in low labor, in Ministry of HRD, Niti Aayog, PMO, they were the prime ministries. And he said, he knew that, banking was the government guys, you can go only this far and not beyond. So he picked up 3-4 of us from different Tata companies whom he knew were passionate about education and skills, and he told us very clearly that whenever you are in doubt, whenever there is an inter-ministerial conflict, do whatever is best for the country and its people and for its youth. So those were the very, very few words of guidance that he gave us. And then I had the opportunity to drive the apprenticeship reforms. I had the opportunity to work for the National Skills Qualification Framework, which was ratified by the Union by the Union Cabinet, and apprenticeship became a new act of Parliament, and lots of multiple things. And then eventually, when I got an opportunity to work, to do much of the work which Skill India Mission does, as the CEO of National Skill Development Corporation, I joined them and left Tata's. A lot of my batchmates and friends told me, Amit, that are you a fool, to accept such a huge cut into the compensation and so on and so forth to go there, But, Kafi Azmi, the famous Urdu poet, and for those of you who do not know Javed Akhtar's father, poet Javed Akhtar's father, he once said, कोई तो सूद चुकाए, सूद is the उधार जब आप लेते हैं किसी से, कोई तो सूद चुकाए, कोई तो जिम्मा ले, उस इनकलाब का जो आज तक उधार सा है. So I thought this life comes to you but for once. Any change that you can make, you have to do it now, and not everybody gets an opportunity to do that. So when that opportunity came my way, I went ahead and drove it, and we embarked upon this plan for skill development of the country, which was the largest human resource development exercise ever undertaken in the history of mankind anywhere in the world. What was happening in India, and the largest program, the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, we conceived, we implemented, and we rolled it out for 3, 4, 5 years, and it still continues, that kind of a thing. We work with sector skill councils. For textiles, by the way, there is one, and lots of things, because we wanted industry to tell us what to teach. Government has no business and no understanding of what skills to be imparted. It is those inputs have to come from the industry. So we drove that. Lots of other things we did. And then after being there, the total tenure when I was in Tata's and actually in the government, put together almost 8-9 years had elapsed. Then I thought, country is going for a very skill-centric exercise for skill development. For a very supply-driven exercise for skill development. Let's look at the demand side, And then I joined a Silicon Valley non-profit as well as CSIS. I was the executive director for public policy, and we worked on reforms which India needs if jobs are to be created. If more employment opportunities have to emerge in the country, what kind of reforms do we need? And we worked there extensively and made a presentation to the current Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. And it was a 45-minute meeting, and actually it took almost 1.5 hours. He cancelled 2 of his other appointments, and he was completely engrossed in while the presentation was made. And after that he said, "Aap HRD minister se mil lijiye, inse mil lijiye, ye kar lijiye." But then I thought, like any other all good initiative, it will die its own death. But to our utter surprise, when the pandemic happened, Nirmala Sitharaman, who is the finance minister, you remember, those of you who remember, she announced 3 spurt of reforms during the pandemic. And 7 out of 12 reforms that we had talked about were actually announced by the government. So I'm not saying that ours was the only source where they came from. But if you keep, agar aapki mansha achhi ho, if you are very honest in what you want to do, even the worst of governments also give you a hearing, and as long as you don't have a vested interest in driving those reforms, as long as they are good for the country, even in the government system, much of it, what you try to do, sees the light of the day. I did that, and after that, when the pandemic happened, I thought, now no reforms will happen, and so now let me look at another opportunity. And then I had the opportunity to look at the UK-India economic corridor and help the 2 governments in driving their economic agenda. And I was the first non-Britisher, non-white person who headed it as a group CEO and based in Delhi rather than based in London. And lots of things. So today the free trade agreement that you hear about, which is just about to happen between UK and India, the seeds were sown during the time when we were there, and we helped both the governments in sorting out the irritants and so on and so forth, and lots of other things. The last thing which I did before I thought I will do something which is very close to my mind is, I had done reforms in higher education. I soiled my hands with skill development reforms. When the GST was happening, lots of chief ministers all over the country, we used to, do advocacy for that. Even when skills was happening, we used to take a small Tata plane and target to meet 2 chief ministers in a day. Morning 1, because if you're banking on civil aviation, then you can only do 1 in a day, kind of a thing. And idea was to tell them how important, because most CMs did not understand what skills are and what needs to be done. In fact, the skills secretary used to be a punishment posting for a rejected bureaucrat. So we made that change, and we said you have to drive it in a mission mode. If you have to ensure that your state reaps the rich demographic dividend, if you have to ensure that the population of the state does not, and therefore of the country, does not remain a curse, it becomes a blessing, then all these things you have to do. And much of that started happening. So I'm not saying that all that we wanted to achieve, we could do that, but a lot of it, we could do, And obviously, this transition that I made actually came from the ethos I developed in the Tata Group. Jamshedji Tata, who started the group, when he spoke about the community, he said that community is not just one of the stakeholders in business. Community is the very purpose of existence of business. Businesses must exist for the community. And J.R.D. Tata, who drove the group as the chair for 50 years, when he used to talk about profits, he would say, what come from the people must go back to the people many times over. And that is what made me change my journey. And when I joined the Foundation for Advancing Science and Technology to look at the reforms which were happening in the country, which were waiting to happen in the country, we wanted the country to experience the same magic of the economic reforms of the early 90s in science and technology. And because we have become the 5th largest economy by way of our GDP ranking, right? We may become 3rd largest economy also for no fault of ours, right? But are we an economy driven by innovation? Perhaps not. Barring a few examples, what you were talking about in your textile unit, Amit, where Italians think, oh wow, you're doing such great things. But by and large, we are not a country which is driven by innovation at all. So how do you improve the ease of doing science in the country? How do you improve the ease of doing research in the country? How do you ensure that the research in our country becomes more collaborative, more interdisciplinary, more cross-domain? We as a country spend just about 0.67% of our GDP on science and technology research, Most countries do it anywhere between 2.5 to 5%. How do we take that quantum leap? How do we do that? So I think that is what drove me there. And finally, there's a personal reason because of which I went back to my hometown a few months ago. My wife met with a very serious accident. But by God's grace, she's all fine now. So that is what drove me back, and now what I started doing is something very, very interesting, which I used to do in my Tata days. I used to, I help organizations, Amit, which want a breakthrough in their performance, So I don't help them strategically, because I may not have the strategic, that knowledge to help in various domains except 2 or 3 that I have worked on, So I help them. A lot of organizations, employees do not give, or at least some employees do not give their 100% because of attitude issues, because of skill deficit issues, or because of other reasons. And sometimes they don't perform in a group because of team dynamics issues and so on and so forth, right? So I help them, I mentor them, coach them, and work with them for about 3 to 5 days from 9 in the morning till 9 in the night, and help them discover their path. So that is what I've been doing for the last little over a year, and enjoy doing it, So if you really ask me, all that I have tried doing, has it been successful or not? I'm not sure. I think skills, if you look at, we were skilling 10 lakh people per annum. By the time I left, we were doing little more than 1 crore people were getting skilled every year. So a lot of things we tried to do, or the success and failure, they are highly relative things, And what one should have the satisfaction is of having traveled a road less traveled and having contributed, Faiz Ahmad Faiz is a very, very, pet poet of mine, who used to live in undivided India and later in Pakistan after 47. He wrote a nazm, and I just to take 2 lines out of that. When he says, Gar, agar jo hota hai, if usko Urdu mein sometimes in poems it's written Gar bazi ishq ki bazi hai. This ishq is not the romanticism. This ishq is a passion for something that you do, that you really bother about. Gar bazi ishq ki bazi hai, jo chahe laga do dar kaisa. Gar jeet gaye to kya kehna, haare bhi to bazi maat nahi. If there's nothing like it if you win, a battle of passion, And even if you lose, you'll have the satisfaction of having made a worthwhile effort, So that is what life is all about. It's a mix of, my life has been a hodgepodge of many different things, and that's the reason I thought I'll speak with you before I get into a question and answer session. But my dear students, most of you are still studying. You'll get into your careers, but whenever you get into careers, whenever you reach close to your comfort level, look at what can you do to change things around you in the community. That's very, very, very important. and you will be at crossroads at several times in your career when there'll be lots of doubts. I had in my career, but I used to look at what Mahatma Gandhi gave a talisman, and he used to say, whenever you are in doubt with yourself, try to imagine the face of the poorest of the poor man or woman you have met in your life, and then think that whatever you contemplate doing with your life, will it make any difference to his or her life? And then all the doubt that you have with yourself would just melt away, would just disappear. I think if you adopt that talisman, you'll add lot of value. And I end there, and I hope I was able to contain it in 30 minutes, right?
Absolutely,
yeah.
Perfect. You've done a brilliant job on being on time. Thank you so much. So, friends, we'll get into the Q&A very fast, but there are a couple of thoughts I would like to share here. You said something very interesting towards the end, that why do we do what we do? I always question, and I'm questioned this a lot of times. You're successful. I've left. Right now, I could have been sitting in my office doing a lot of work, but I'm here. I'm trying to do this. Why am I doing this? Why are you all sitting here listening to all of this? It's a very, very important question to think about. Kids who are in the back should pay a little more attention to this, because this is very important. What is the purpose of our life? The purpose of our life is to improve the quality of our life. Improve the quality of the life of people around us. How do you do that? The only way you do that is that when your environment around you improves. That's the only way to do it. There is no other way to improve the quality of your own life till the environment around you is improved. My effort, your effort, is to improve the environment around us. We are doing it for a selfish purpose. We are doing it to improve the quality of the environment around us, thereby improving the quality of our lives. I would like you all to think about it, to ponder over it. This is the expectation we have. Trying to shape minds is for you guys to think that ultimately you're doing it for yourself. You're trying to improve the quality of your own life. It will only change if the quality of life around you changes, because it impacts you on a daily basis. So that was something I definitely wanted to talk about. Skilling, you talked about. I think this is the skill set that we are looking at. You guys are the future. We've kind of lived our lives, most of it at least. You guys are the future. Skilling is the most important thing. I think if you look at developed economies, the developed economies have very high skill set, not only in sciences, also in vocational, also in arts, also in creativity. I think skill does not primarily mean just science and mathematics alone. Skill is a wholesome thing, and I think it's very, very important to improve the skill set of our country for the economy to grow. It's very beautiful to say that we'll be the #1 economy. I think we will never be a #1 economy till the skill set of our human resource, our people, our population goes beyond what it is right now. So, sir, there's the question that I want to start asking you. You said something at the start about lateral entry into the government. Recently, there's been a bit of a controversy about that as well. Everybody, I think most of the kids here, like myself at that age, wanted to be sitting for the UPSC exam and become an IAS, IFS officer like the gentleman we had here before. Now, not everybody can do that, but I think the government of India is talking about a lateral entry, going from being successful private professionals to joining the government. What are your thoughts on that? I personally believe it's a great idea, but what is the controversy behind it? How can some of the people sitting in the audience think about that as a future possibility?
See, it's a wonderful question, Amit. So I think lateral entry is an idea which I wholeheartedly support. It's if we think, 120 babus picked up as IAS officers by UPSC every year, if they know everything about how to run this country, we are living in a fool's paradise, kind of a thing. It will never happen. You have to look at talent outside the government. You have to get experienced people from the private sector, economists, to run the government and work together as a team. That's very, very important. So a typical bureaucratic response that I've been hearing is from people, but we have a provision to hire consultants, we have provision to get experts, and those experts can work for us. So why have a lateral entry? I thought it doesn't work, I mean, this high-handedness, which is so rampant in the IS, even if they have some experts and consultants, there's never a parity between them. It's always many of them, if not all, look down upon them. It's not that easy. I've worked in the government, so you ask me how different it is. Every time I used to be asked, oh, your position is equal to a joint secretary or an additional secretary in the government. So I said, I don't care. I don't care. I'm there to drive an agenda, and I just don't care. So I think lateral entry is a very, very important thing. But the problem is, lateral entry should not become a backdoor for you to make your people, your kind of people enter through a backdoor. Then it will defeat the purpose, But if you use the lateral entry to get people like Nandan Nilekani, get people like S. Ramadurai into government, nothing like it. Let's take the example of Dr. Manmohan Singh himself, He was a lateral entrant, right? Even, if you look at Chief Economic Advisor, Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India, Montek Singh Ahluwalia, all finance, going back to Manmohan Singh, Finance Minister, Prime Minister, Deputy Chairman, Planning Commission, RBI Deputy Governor, Chief Economic Advisor, Finance Secretary. You take a role in finance and it was done. And I said earlier during my talk, the most transformative reforms happened because you care to have a lateral entry into the government. Montek Singh Ahluwalia is another example, right? Fabulous. I had a opportunity to work with him very closely when I was working in the government on secondment from Tata's, and it was an absolute pleasure to interact with him. He was always full of knowledge, and wherever he had knowledge gaps, he would consult experts and enrich himself. So I think lateral entry is an extremely important thing. Unfortunately, it took a very ugly turn because of the politics, and unfortunately the Telugu Desam party and Nitish Kumar's party also did not support, and that's the reason they had to withdraw that. Otherwise, if you do it well, it is a fantastic thing.
We'll have to share the mic. So I think, guys, we have all hope. If you don't get through your UPSC, be successful successful professionals, you might have a chance in the government in the future. Can I ask?
Good afternoon, sir. I am Unnati Anand from Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana.
What's your name?
Unnati Anand.
Unnati. So I am sure your question is as progressive as your name.
So my question for your consideration is, as someone who have been deeply involved into skill development, so how do you think India's education system could better align with the needs of the industry, especially in terms of vocational training?
See, this is a question for which you need to give me 1 hour to respond. So, obviously, a lot needs to, India is a country where a 1,000 mutinies have to happen in education and skill development. It's not easy at all, but if I just have to pick up a few important things, in the new education policy, there is a component that in 4-year undergrad program, let there be a 6 month of apprenticeship, or internship, whatever name you give it, right? Because unless you work in the shop floor, soil your hands, or in an office, or in a hotel, you will never learn. In a classroom environment, in a lab environment, you can go only up to this far and not beyond. Germany has world's most advanced skilling system called the German dual system, right? And Germany is still known as a country for top quality. If you go on the roads with a glass full of water or a mug full of coffee, it would not spill and you would have crossed 400 miles on German roads. Such is the quality of that country because of the skills system that you have. So you need to do that, and let me tell you, if government thinks that they can solve all the problems, it will not happen. Industry will have to come forward. And our industry also does some world-class skilling. It's not that they don't do it, but largely they do it for their own employees. How could the definition, how could the boundaries of that skilling be extended from their employees, covering their employees to the larger community through some kind of a cost-sharing formula with the government? I think that's the best formula for us. Otherwise, through a prism of timelessness, we keep blaming the system for whatever doesn't happen in the country. But a lot needs to happen, and skills are to be mainstreamed with education. From class 9 onwards, Why can't from 9 to 12 one subject be a vocational subject? Tell me. Out of the, your 10th and 12th boards, right? So I think that has to happen.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Vanshika and I am from University Business School, Ludhiana. And my question for you is, how is UK-India Business Council driving collaboration between UK and Indian companies, and does this impact workforce movement from India?
So yes, let me come to the workforce movement, right? So India is the biggest beneficiary of their visa system. The work visa that they gave, almost 80% of all work visas which are given by UK as a government, UK as a country, are availed by Indians. So in any London, if you go that, every fourth person or fifth person that you see on the street is an Indian, right? Kind of a thing. It does. So let me tell you, by giving, why only UK, US, whichever major country you look at, right? By allowing Indians to work there, they are not doing a favor to us, right? Actually, as a matter of fact, we are doing a favor to them, right? Those are the countries where there is so much of skill deficit. Many of them, if you extend the definition to Japan, to Scandinavian countries, they are the aging countries. We still have the world's youngest workforce, right? The median age of our workforce is about 28, 29 years, right? Many countries have a average working population age of 38, 41, 47 years, kind of a thing, So I think by giving visas to our people to work there, be it UK, be US, we are meeting their skills deficit. We are making those economies more competitive. Why? Because of cost arbitrage. Because in India the cost of living is lower. So anything, if you're working for a major IT contract, some people will go in UK, some people will work for UK from India, right? Or many of the countries have global capability centers here, right? So it is bringing down the cost of IT, which is as high as 7% to 20% in most businesses today. IT is a very, very huge component of the cost. By bringing down the cost, we are making those companies more competitive, but we are making those economies more competitive. So actually, the world owes that to us rather than, Trump saying in his election campaign, we'll stop all immigration. He cannot do it. Let me challenge it. Even if he becomes the president, he cannot do it. Nobody can do it. It's only a electoral posturing, nothing else.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ayush Jain, and I am from PCT College. Ayush Jain. And I am from PCT College. So my question was how do you think the US election outcome with Kamala Harris or Donald Trump will impact policies on immigration, trade and climate cooperation between the USA and India?
Interesting question. We had our call with CSIS, and Rick is the person who heads that group in CSIS Washington DC. And there was a book I spotted on a Zoom call which says something to do with chaos, thriving with chaos. No, something to do with chaos. I think is it you're reading that book to get ready for the chaos which is there in the US. So I don't know who wins, kind of a thing. But let me answer both parts. Climate, Trump was the one during his last presidency, he had done no to the Paris Accord, the climate accord, right? The most irresponsible thing to do, right? And he will do it again. He's a believer that any money that you put in climate action is a money going down the drain. And you can't change him, that old man at this age. You just can't change him. So that's a problem. If he wins, it will definitely be a very, very bad news for the climate change process, kind of thing. It will be very, very bad. And we all seeing what's happening in our country itself. The music that we are doing. And for immigration, I answered that. He's already done the posturing. If I win, I'll stop immigration, which I can tell you cannot stop. How can he stop his company from becoming competitive, right? Kind of a thing. It is just to tell those people, you'll have jobs, Indians and Chinese will not take your jobs, and then things like that. He cannot. But he will be tough on immigration for sure. And therefore, I wish and pray that Kamala Harris wins and not Trump. Unleashes his madness over the country and the entire world once again.
Thank you, sir.
while I don't entirely agree with what you said, but I'm going to let this go on in the interest of time.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Manisha. I am from KIMT College. KIMT. Yes. So my question is to you, as a CEO of UKIPC, how will UKIPC strengthen economic relation between US and India? India and US, the UK.
So this body was set up, with funding from both the countries. More direct by UK, less from India. To basically to help, their trade, finance, and all those ministries, and help. So what they do, first of all, I'm no longer the CEO of UKIPC, but when I was, and they still are on the same track, they are. So basically, whenever a UK company wants to do business in India, right, kind of a thing. See, India doing business in UK, we are not able to help much. But for one reason, the ease of doing business in UK is anyway very, very good, right? So whatever you do, we can't do help. Even if an Indian company knocks the door of a UK government or department or a ministry, they are well received, and then generally the rule of law prevails in that country, unlike ours. So we help more UK companies which want to do business in India, either people from the FDI time onwards, and after FDI is put, a lot of advocacy is required with our ministries, about, for example, pharmaceutical, life sciences. A lot of rules have to change in Indian side also. Look at IT, look at lots of areas where advocacy is required, evangelization is required for some reforms, for some changes. So that is what UKIBC does. Whatever are the obstructions in FDI, seeing the light of the day, we try and talk to both the governments and resolve that. So that's how we try to help the economic corridor and the bilateral economic ties. I mean, this is also entails a very long answer, so I'll stop there. But a variety of things. FTA, the free trade agreement, which is just around the corner, and hopefully by end of this year it will get signed, if not earlier. So we identified 3 segments. Let me try to remember. One was pharmaceuticals, life sciences. One was food and drinks, and third was IT. These 3 areas we worked on with both the governments to remove the irritants for a free trade agreement to happen. So I think there are a variety of ways, and it's a member-based, like CII or AIMA, it's a membership-based organization. So we help the economy in general, but more so the people who are our members.
One thing I want to kind of make a quick point on is that FTA is actually good for the country. Unlike what a lot of politicians will say, FTA actually is going to help all of us improve our economies, get jobs, more jobs for everyone, and makes the world a better place. We talked about in the last session how geopolitics, and we talked about how cultural diplomacy. I think FTAs are a step in the right direction.
So Amit, I'll take this opportunity to add something to what you said. See, there's something called a trade to GDP ratio. In our country, it had gone down to as low as about 35%. It has bounced back to about 45%. But there are countries like Singapore when trade to GDP ratio is more than 100, kind of thing. So we are a country, we are a non-believer that trade can contribute hugely to your GDP growth, kind of thing. So that has to happen. And then there's a lot of protectionism. See, a lot of our netas, they feel that by having the import duty tariff very, very high, they'll be able to help the local industry because, then there'll not be dumping, there'll not be imports and so on and so forth. But what is happening today with the kind of manufacturing footprint India is getting, if you don't allow export at a much lower duty, import of products into India at a very, very low duty, then very often those imports become a part of a value-added product which India can export, right? So it impedes our export competitiveness also,
Yes, please.
A very good afternoon, sir. My name is Nandita, and I am from Nandita, and I am from Gulzar of Institute. And my question, yes, sir. So my question is, how do you see public-private partnership influences the future of skill development in India?
Yeah, so public-private partnership is a very, very important concept. Not just skill development, every walk of life, kind of a thing. If you look at the roads, if you look at the bridges, if you look at the flyovers, if you look at the metro, many of these things wouldn't see the light of the day unless there's a public-private partnership. But has a government of India, as our state governments, have they understood the essence of public-private partnership? They understand that yes, private sector will bring the money, right? But the fact is, government has still not understood. It has realized that they can't exist without PPP, right? But what they have not realized is that how can government and private sector work as partners in progress? You can't have a PPP and a we-they attitude where government constantly looks at you with suspicion. It always expects you to grease their palms. It cannot happen through that route. PPP, in true earnest, means it has to be in a win-win mode, in a partnership mode, where both the parties win and gain. That has to be understood very clearly, not just to leverage private sector money and expertise to work on a public goods project. That's very important, and for skill development, yes, as I said earlier, government will be living in a fool's paradise if they think that they can crack all problems, right? It is the industry which has to come in a PPP mode, and it has come. There are a lot of private sector industries which are helping the government, Tata's themselves, Tata's Sky is a wonderful example of that, right? But it has to be done at a very different level and scale. That is very important.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Kuldeep Pal Singh, and I am from Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana.
University?
Punjab Agriculture University. Yes, sir. My question is, what trade practices and agreements should India focus on? What trade practices and agreements should India focus on?
Trade practices, as I said, look at India, the top 10 trade partners of India. The top 10 countries which are our trade partners, right? So you'll be surprised to, and the total trade that happens is about $800 billion. That is the total trade that happens, right? But out of the top 10 trading trading partners of India, US is the only country where there is a trade deficit in favor of India. You understand what I'm saying? India exports more to the US than it imports from India. For 9 countries, the deficit is the other way around. Out of the top 10 trading partners, for 9 countries, we export less but we import more, which is not a good thing, right? Either there should be a balancing or there should be a trade surplus in favor of India, right? So I think this has to happen. We have to, as a nation, we have to become a believer that trade is improving the economy. Lower tariff imports help your manufacturing, make our own manufacturing sector more competitive, with greater quality standards and so on and so forth. So I think it has to happen, and if memory doesn't fail me, the average for merchandise goods, the average import duty rate which India has for all merchandise goods put together is about 8.5%, roughly. It could be 8.4 or 3, I don't remember, 8.5%. China has about 7.3% at the average rate. US is about 3.5%, of merchandise products. So our rates are still higher. They have improved vis-a-vis what they used to be a decade ago. But still we have a long way to go.
Thank you, sir. So, thank you everyone for being here. And as a last word, Jayanti, this was excellent. I think it was a very interesting dive into the current policy scenario, the economic scenario, and how trade is actually the way forward for all of us. And all of us sitting here are going to be part of that trade at some point in time. Absolutely. And it's going to impact our lives one way or another. So thank you very much. And I'm now going to hand this back over.
Would you like to take a couple of questions from the audience if they want?
If there is anything from the audience, I've been told that, but so I'm going to hand it over to the organizers. Ms. Dada, I hand this over to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Amit, for being such a wonderful host, and I loved, talking with you.
Could I please request Dr. Naresh Sachdeva, Chair, and Co-Chair Dr. Harpreet Kaur to please come on stage. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Now may I request Mr. Amit Jain to please present a memento to Mr. Jayant Sharshna. I request Dr. Naresh Sachdeva to please present a memento to Mr. Amit Jain for chairing the session. I now request Dr. Sachdev and Dr. Kaur to please present a memento from us to Dr. Das, AIMA. Dr. Sachdev and Dr. Kaur to please present a memento to Dr. Das. Sachdev and Dr. Kaur to please present a memento to Mr. Abhinav Sehgal. May I invite Dr. Naresh Sachdev, Professor of Business Management, Director, PCT, to deliver the vote of thanks, please.
Good evening, everyone. It's time to express your gratitude and thankfulness to all those people who have worked very hard to make this Shaping Young Minds program a gala success. I stand before you as Dr. Naresh Sachdev, Chair of the Students' Forum for Ludhiana Management Association, also the Joint Secretary for the Ludhiana Management Association, Director PCT Badwal, with the pleasant task of delivering the vote of thanks that has enriched the insightful as regards to Shaping Young Minds program to all this young generation. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all distinguished speakers who were there, the resource persons who have left us with a wealth of knowledge and inspiration, Mr. Richard Reiki, Ambassador Gurjeet Singh sir, Mr. Jayant Krishna, and Ms. Sangeeta Talwar. Your thought-provoking perspectives and diverse views have truly enlightened our audience today and whole as you, the sitting out there. Each one of you has opened new dimensions of thought for us, and we are deeply thankful for the time and effort and relentless efforts and the time which you have put in to deliver your wisdom, passion, compassion, love, interest for the young minds. We're really thankful to you. A special thank to all moderators. My special thank goes to Amit Jain sir, Ms. Aba Sikri, Mr. Dinesh Kumar, and Mr. Amit Thapar. Your skilled moderation, sharp questions, engaging conversations ensure the event smooth flow and making students connect with the speakers. A special thanks to management of Shri Aurobindo College of Commerce and Management. Without you, this would not have been possible. I'm really thankful to Shri Aurobindo College for providing us this beautiful hall, flawless efforts, flawless services, which has really made this Shaping Young Minds program a very gracious one. I would also like to extend our deepest gratitude to none other than the President LMA, Madam Harpreet Kaur, for her invaluable support throughout the program. Your guidance and leadership have played a very pivotal role in ensuring the success of today's event. My heart really goes with full of thanks and gratitude for the AIMA officials, none other than Anubhav Sehgal and Dr. Das. And let me tell you guys, these officials from AIMA were here yesterday night till 3 a.m. to make this hall so beautiful, so helpful they were. I really expect my gratitude full of, handful of thanks. I'm also thankful to my Executive Assistant of Ludhiana Management Association, Rasik Bedi sir. He's been working 2 months across the day to make this function a very beautiful function. I'm also thankful to my colleague, Professor Anirban Gupta, for always hospitality, sumptuous food, organization, everything in order. His students delivering food very nicely and very courteously. I'm really thankful to Dr. Anirban also. Lastly, and certainly not the least one, I would like to thank each one of you. I would like to thank all schools, all colleges, student from UPS, student from CT, student from PCT, student from KIMT, student from Gulzar Group, student from GNA, and all school students and all principals of the schools and the senior faculty who have made this program very wonderful. In the end, I thank each one of you from my core of heart for having this splendid event very successful. Thank you once again very much, very much. God bless you all. Have a very bright future and have a very good evening. Thank you.
I request everyone, please rise for the national anthem. Thank you everyone for being here today. You can all proceed to your buses. Thank you.